The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, June 11, 2024 is hereby called to order. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for tuning in today. Can you let media come in here to hear this sound for me, please? But thank you for tuning in today again to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. The committee is meeting on the island of St. John today to discuss hurricane preparedness in our first half of the hearing, as we are comfortably now in hurricane season, which began on June 1st and will go through November 30th. In the second half of our hearing, we will transition to an overview of the safety and security for the upcoming carnival or festival celebration here on the island of St. John. And before we get started, I'd like to ask for a quick moment of silence for our former Executive Director, Pamela C. Richards, who will be laid to rest later this week. Ms. Richards was a valuable attribute to this institution and to our community, and she will certainly be missed. From right where you're sitting, if we could just sit still and just have a quick moment of silence. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge that June is Gun Violence Awareness Month. We all have seen or heard of gun violence incidents in our community, and while they may not directly affect anyone individually here, we are all indirectly affected some way, form, or fashion, as these types of crimes eat away at the very fiber of our safety and peace of mind in our community. Our territory has seen some of the toughest gun laws in the nation, which should serve as a deterrence against crime. However, sadly, sometimes it doesn't seem to serve as a deterrence. At the same time, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Virgin Islands Police Department for their efforts as we are seeing increased traffic stops and interventions that's resulting in a number of seizures of these illegal firearms on the streets. As a community, we too need to pledge our support to be part of the solution and not a part of the problem. And we have to be the extra eyes and ears of our law enforcement officers, not just the Virgin Islands Police Department, but our law enforcement officers as a whole, to help solve crimes and to help them quell any situation that may be occurring in the community before they escalate. So again, I thank the Virgin Islands Police Department and the other law enforcement agencies that's assisting. I know that you just also did an initiative. I believe it was Click It or Ticket. So again, thank you all for your efforts. At this time, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Okay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr. absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
I hear.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. Also allow me to recognize the presence. It appears in the far background there that that's the Senate President in the St. Croix conference room. Welcome, Mr. President. We do have a quorum and we'll proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair. We have correspondence from the Honorable Angel Bocas Jr., dated June 10th, 2024. Dear Chairman Gittens, I am writing to inform you that I will be unavailable to attend the June 11th, 2024 committee hearing. I respectfully request to be marked as excused and would like copies of the testimony and other pertinent information discussed forwarded to my office. I understand the agenda includes updates on hurricane preparedness and the St. John's celebration safety. I look forward to receiving and reviewing the materials requested. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Sincerely, the Honorable Angel Bocas Jr., Senator at Large. That concludes the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The absence is noted. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda in its entirety into the record.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, the agenda is as follows. Block 1, Hurricane Preparedness Update. This update will cover hurricane preparedness by agencies responsible for emergency management. Information provided will include an overview of the current hurricane season forecast and potential risks, updates on evacuation plans, shelter preparations, efforts to strengthen infrastructure, resilience, and communication strategies. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Darrell Joshin, Director of VITEMA, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the VI Police Department, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, Honorable Avril George, Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, Honorable Antonio Stevens, Director of VI Fire, EMS, Major General Kojo S. Knox Limbacher, Adjutant General of the VI National Guard, and Andrew Smith, CEO of the Water and Power Authority. Block 2 will cover the St. John Celebration Safety and Security Update. This update intends to provide an overview of safety and security efforts ahead of this year's St. John Celebration events. Information provided will include road closures, parking restrictions and accommodations, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, trash removal and containerization, and other related matters. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the VI Department of Public Works, Honorable Joseph Schultz, Commissioner of the VI Department of Tourism, Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the VI Department of Health, and Roger E. Merritt, Executive Director of the VI Waste Management Authority. That concludes the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and for the record, please note that the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority will be rescheduled to another date due to the change of guards there. They did send correspondence requesting to have a change, so we will reschedule them to another date, as we need to hear from the Water and Power Authority regarding our hurricane preparedness as well. At this time, I'll do a systems check for the testifiers. I don't believe that there is anyone online. Oh yes, we have one person online. I believe it was Senator James. However, regarding testifiers, I don't believe we have any online. So we'll start in the St. Croix district. If you could just put your name, title, and department that you're representing on the record, please.
Good morning, Senator. Antonio O. Stevens, Director, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator. EMS Chief, St. Croix District, Robert A. Bryan.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Cliveria Tatus, Fire Chief, St. Croix District.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Dotson James, Special Assistant, Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Welcome. Was that Assistant Commissioner?
No, sir. Special Assistant to the Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it on St. Croix. Okay, here on St. John, starting on my left. Media, St. John Mikes.
Good morning, Senator. Magabi colleagues, Deputy Fire Chief for the Island of St. John, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services.
Thank you. You came empty-handed again.
Good morning, Senator. Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District, Virgin Islands Fire EMS.
Welcome.
Good morning, Eustace Grant Jr., Deputy Chief of Operations, St. Thomas, VI Firms.
You think it's carnival already? Welcome.
Good morning, Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Director Daryl Joshin, Director of ITEMA.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman. Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services, Community Affairs.
Oh, welcome.
Good morning, Senator Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District.
Welcome.
Good morning, Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief, St. John.
Thank you and welcome. Welcome, everyone. So everyone's mic is working, and we will now get into block one so that we could get the hurricane preparedness update, and I believe you, Director Joshin, will take the lead on this.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, you may proceed.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, and all other senators present, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience, good morning. I'm Daryl D. Joshin, the Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, known as VITEMA. Present with me today are members from the Department of Human Services, Department of Public Works, VI Fire and EMS, and VI Police Department. We are here today to present a preparedness update on the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands for hurricane season 2024, which lasts from 1 June to 30 November. I, along with my other colleagues from the Department of Human Services, Department of Public Works, VI Fire, EMS, and the VI Police Department, applaud this committee for its interest in the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands in partnership with FEMA, the private sector, and our voluntary organizations active in disaster as VOAD members, and our preparedness to respond to a tropical cyclone threat no matter which island it may impact for hurricane season 2024, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, or Water Island. While it's important for every individual, business person, and our faith-based community to be fully prepared with a plan, a kit, and if needed, a curfew pass, I direct you to the VITEMA website at https://vitema.vi.gov or a federal website, www.ready.gov, for details on individual and business preparedness for disasters and emergencies in general. VITEMA this year has participated in several community outreach hurricane readiness events beginning back in May with Hurricane Preparedness Week, as well as several radio broadcasts. Please contact VITEMA if you'd like to have us speak with your organization or co-host a radio broadcast. My focus for today will be on the combined preparedness of the territory to include our National Guard and federal partners. Hurricane season officially started on 1 June, and according to the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, the initial forecast for the Atlantic with 85% confidence indicates an above normal hurricane season with between 17 to 25 named storms, 8 to 13 becoming hurricanes, and of those, 4 to 7 becoming major category 3 to 5. The historical averages are 14 named storm, 7 becoming hurricanes, and of those, 3 becoming major hurricanes. An update Atlantic hurricane forecast from NOAA will be issued in the month of August. I'm confident in informing this committee that the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands and FEMA Region 2 are well prepared for hurricane season 2024. We have incorporated many of the lessons learned going back to September 2017, Hurricanes Irma and Hurricanes Maria, into our current plans, both local and federal. As a territory, our infrastructure is still recovering from the 2 Category 5 hurricanes in 2017, and with the leadership of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Office of Disaster Recovery Director Adrian Williams-Ochlin, we are prioritizing our recovery efforts. However, most of the recovery projects are still in architecture and engineering or beginning construction phases and will not be ready for us to benefit from the 2024. That is a reality we must all face, but still not deter ourselves, our businesses, or our agencies from being resilient, going into and surviving through this hurricane season as we are VI strong. Under the Brian Roach administration, every year FEMA and FEMA conduct a week-long hurricane capstone exercise in the month of May, which takes 5 months in the planning. This year is no different, and from 20 to 24 May, FEMA and FEMA Region 2 conducted our hurricane capstone exercise with activation of all 3 FEMA Emergency Operations Centers on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, and 2 Business Emergency Operations Centers, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas. On 31 May, FEMA and our lead government, the Virgin Islands Emergency Support Function Agencies, or ESFs, presented Governor Bryan with results of the exercise and received his guidance on further refining our plans and response efforts before the height of hurricane season, which is 15 August to 15 October. FEMA Region 2 leadership also attended the briefing and provided additional recommendations and support on measures for refinement of our plans and procedures. As a reminder, FEMA is a single government of the Virgin Islands agency with responsibility for coordinating with local and federal stakeholders under a territory state of emergency, which was initiated by Governor Bryan and may escalate to a federal major disaster declaration approved by President Biden before or after a hurricane impacts the territory, either in the St. Thomas, St. John District or St. John District, or both. Today, in 2024, the National Weather Service's technology of tropical cyclone modeling, combined with the live data feeds from the hurricane hunters flying reconnaissance missions every 8 hours out of the Henry E. Rolson Airport on St. Croix as tropical cyclone approaches the Caribbean Lesser Antilles, provides us and the world an even better forecast from what we had available in 2017 with Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Governor Bryan and many individuals in the territory almost simultaneously will know when a territory is threatened 72 to 96 hours or 3 to 4 days prior to the onset of tropical storm force winds. Tropical waves come off the Cape Verde Islands located just off the west coast of Africa, 2,740 miles east of the U.S. Virgin Islands every 2 to 3 days during the height of hurricane season. Any one of those waves has the potential to develop into a major category 3 to 5 with wind strength starting at 111 miles per hour. Key agencies of focus for the government of U.S. Virgin Islands in preparation for hurricane seasons include the Department of Human Services with mass care consisting of congregate shelters, points of distribution, the senior registry, and individual assistance. The Department of Health with patient movement and evacuation to include 244 individuals who received dialysis throughout the territory and medical special needs shelters. The Water and Power Authority with power generation, restoration, and temporary emergency power and water distribution. The VI Waste Management Authority and Department of Public Works on route clearance, debris removal, and final disposition of green waste. It is important for this committee to understand that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has indicated that no green waste will be transported outside the territory, and Governor Bryan will need to identify the best options of addressing the hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of green waste which will be generated as a result of a hurricane impact to the territory. VI Public Works also manages the VITRAN public transportation for moving medical special needs individuals to shelters operated by the Department of Health. The VI Port Authority with airport and seaport closings and openings to include the ferry between St. Thomas and St. John. VI Police Department and Public Safety, and the importance of establishing immediate capacity for surge operations with our own National Guard and law enforcement officers from other states which support safety and security of the territory. This includes the coordinated use of drones in the territory for establishing priority efforts of saving lives and preserving property. The Virgin Islands National Guard and other National Guard units to augment the needs of the territory with operating shelters, traffic control points, points of distribution, medical evacuation, route clearance, and air bridges for logistical support between districts. The Virgin Islands National Guard moved several military vehicles from St. Thomas to St. John to support working with the Department of Public Works on route clearance. Due to the distance and time for response from the mainland, FEMA Region 2 and by team anticipate it will take between 10 to 14 days before the Department of Defense forces arrive, and another 10 to 14 days before other state National Guard forces arrive to the territory. This is a significant message for this committee and everyone in the U.S. Virgin Islands to understand. Help is coming, but we need to be self-sufficient for 10 to 14 days before the arrival of additional response teams. Power line repair crews and telecommunication providers will even take longer to mobilize and move their personnel and equipment to the territory. For some good news, FEMA has both 1 liter sized box water with a shelf life of 10 years and shelf-stable meals, some of which are with low sodium, here in the territory, which supplies sufficient enough to support 10 days. This is a marked change from how conditions were in 2017, where all the FEMA commodities, to include the emergence of temporary power generators, were kept in Puerto Rico. The water and meals are planned to be available to the community through VITEMA starting 5 days following the federal Hurricane Major Disaster Declaration. Both our local Virgin Islands National Guard and the Department of Human Services will play a key role in the points of distribution, or pods. They will operate 2 pods per island, which has a capacity to distribute 5,000 meals per day per pod. These pods will only operate until the private businesses are able to reopen. Thanks in large part to Senator Gittens sponsoring the Auxiliary Communications Bill last year and Governor Bryan signing the bill into law, there's a formal partnership between VITEMA and our amateur radio ham operators on each island in providing, under activation by VITEMA, emergency radio communications both within and between our islands. This formal agreement ensures the availability of amateur radio operator volunteers in performing emergency communications without fear of personal liability, such as an antenna falling or injuring an individual property. Members of the auxiliary communications will also have curfew passes and be positioned at the VITEMA EOCs until services are no longer needed, as determined by the director of VITEMA. The Bureau of Information Technology completed its annual emergency communications drill during the capstone exercise. The drill included validation of the 911 ECC trunking system tower generators, operational status of all 30 satellite phones, and working with the private telecommunications group at Liberty and AT&T in the deployment of the FirstNet emergency responder equipment. VITEMA has over 21,000 individuals signed up for Alert VI, which provides mass messaging to mobile and landline customers. Alert VI is also linked to National Weather Service in Puerto Rico, where they can send out an official hurricane watch alert 48 hours prior to the hurricane impacting the U.S. Virgin Islands, and a hurricane warning alert 36 hours prior. Sign up for Alert VI by visiting VITEMA website or after one of our community outreach events. You can choose to receive the alerts in English or Spanish. In closing, as I mentioned at the start of this testimony, it takes VITEMA and FEMA Region 2 a good 5 months each year from January to May just to plan for our hurricane capstone exercise. We are 2 agencies, one territorial and one federal, with the mission of jointly preparing for, responding to, and recovering from major disasters in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is what we do full-time. Our other agencies, stakeholders, volunteers, and even private sector leaders look to us for guidance and direction. Both Governor Bryan and President Biden expect VITEMA and FEMA do our jobs well and work with a sense of purpose and unity of effort when the need arises to save lives and preserve property. The U.S. Virgin Island will need lots of assistance in responding to devastating impact of a major hurricane. While each passing year takes us further from the memory of Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria, it also allows us to continue to hone and refine our plans, conduct exercises, and train new staff on being resilient. I want to thank the members of ITEMA and our first responders who know they must be preparing themselves and their families now in this month of June, because we'll be required to show up and perform our missions without faltering alongside all other key emergency support function agencies, volunteers, and federal partners. Thank you, Senator Gittens and the entire Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for this opportunity to address ITEMA's preparedness for hurricane season 2024. I'm ready to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Joshin. Anyone else with a testimony, or you just took the lead?
There's several other members. Senator, I have VIPD here, I have Human Services, and I have
okay, so
Public Works. I don't know about fire.
We'll hear from Human Services next. You may proceed, and then we'll, after Human Services, we'll go to fire and then VIPD.
And Public Works.
Excuse me?
We have Public Works also.
And Public Works will bring up the rear.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, honorable members of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and the staff of the 35th Legislature, and everyone viewing and listening. I am Yvette Henry, Community Affairs Coordinator at the Department of Human Services. I am here today representing on behalf of Honorable Commissioner Avril E. George. We are here today to show our involvement and collaborative efforts and preparedness for the 2024 hurricane season. Overview of the department's responsibility. At the Department of Human Services, we take a proactive approach to disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. We serve as the lead agency for Emergency Function 6, or ESF 6, Mass Care, Emergency Assistance, Temporary Housing, Human Services Annex. This critical function involves coordination with multiple agencies and organizations to include the American Red Cross, the Department of Health, VI Waste Management, the VI PD, the National Guard, VI Fire, EMS and Medical Services, Department of Education, Sports Parks and Recreation, the Governor's Office, the Territorial American Disability Act, the ADA Coordinator of the Virgin Islands, the Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. These collaboration ensures comprehensive support with our community before, during, and after disasters. When it becomes evident that the hurricane is approaching the territory, or there'll be a likely direct impact, the Department of Human Services secures operations for its facilities and the most vulnerable clients, and encourages staff to secure their homes and families while the event is about 5 days out. Any anticipation of the Department of Human Services public-facing activities beginning in earnest upon a national disaster declaration is issued by the governor. VIDHS employees are all whom are essential personnel take on emergency support function responsibilities that allows us to operate under incident command. Managers assume emergency support function coordinator, or ESC's, role in the support of ESF 6. Operations are executed through the mission and orders given through leadership structure to ensure effective and coordinated disaster responses and recovery efforts. VIDHS public-facing activities include messaging with the assistance of VITEMA and the JIC, which is the Joint Information Center. Shelter volunteers are put on notice for possible shelter operation, increased engagements for logistic related to shelter opening occurs between the Department of Human Services and its primary shelter partners regarding sheltering and staffing, transportation, setting up, security, admission of persons to the shelter, feeding, etc. In event that the shelters do open. Preparedness initiatives for hurricane season 2024, shelter preparation drills. The department was a key participant in the preparedness and initial recovery capstone 2024 exercises May 20 to 24 of 2024. This was a full-scale drill which involved the setting up of a shelter. During the capstone, all support agency partners are involved in pre-staging of equipments and volunteers' role in ongoing through the intake process of shelter admission. All facets of sheltering are taken into consideration, that is, persons with access and functional needs, the AFN, pet sheltering, to name a few. Each day featured different USVI readiness initiatives at this workshop. This training provides us, as staff, with the latest information and best practices in the hurricane preparedness and response, ensuring that we are ready to meet any challenges that comes our way. Training and conferences. This year, the Virgin Islands Department of Human Service attended the National Hurricane Conference, and it participated in various training classes and exercises to enhance our preparedness and response with different strategies. The national conference allowed the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services and our Virgin Island agencies to engage in disaster management to learn how our jurisdictions are managing disaster preparedness for the territory to repatriate congregate shelters. The Department of Human Services conduct shelter inspections of key locations identified for evacuation shelter, ensuring that we can provide safe haven for our residents during emergencies. Inspections are conducted with our partner agencies such as the American Red Cross, FEMA representatives, the Department of Health, Department of Education, Sports Park Recreation, Department of Agriculture, and Vitima, to name a few. These shelters will be jointly staffed by Department of Human Services and the volunteers of the American Red Cross. Just to name a few, our shelter that are ready for the 2024 hurricane season. In the District of St. Croix, we have the Educational Complex, DC Canagata Recreation Center. In the District of St. Thomas, St. John, we have the Ivana Yudurakin High School, Gymnasium, and Cafeteria, the Lockhart Elementary and Junior High School, and on St. John, we have the Adrian Senior Center and the Giftsteel School. Noted here is on Water Island, there is a shelter, but will be taken off of the 2024 hurricane listing. Outside of that, the Department of Human Services, we are seeking and have been engaged in obtaining other spaces that is on the island of St. Croix. We have started MOUs with Beeston Hill Properties seeking expansion for the Beeston Hill Gymnasium. Additionally, pet locations on the island of St. Croix will be at the Educational Complex, and on St. Thomas, it will be at the Lockhart Elementary. Canine Cats and Critters on St. John will provide additional support for pet sheltering. Shelter pre-registration. Virgin Islanders are, if considering evacuation shelters, can sign up with the Department of Human Services from Monday, June 24th, by calling our hotline number at 340-715-6935 between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Pre-registration process helps us to prepare adequately the spaces to ensure the necessary accommodation for all residents. Registration forms are also available at VITEMA website at www.vitema.vi.gov. Medical Special Needs Shelter. The Department of Health is the lead agency, or ESF 8, Public Health and Medical Services Annex. And they will be managing the special needs shelters, ensuring that individuals with specific medical requirements receive appropriate care during the emergencies. Department of Human Services oversees and plays a critical support role in working with the Department of Health. For those medical special needs, pre-registration with the Department of Human Services or coordination with the department.
Can I ask you to hold 1 second there?
Yes.
So I'm trying to follow you, and I'm getting a, can you go back to that sentence? Because you're saying Department of Health oversees these shelters. But,
Oversees the special medical needs shelters.
So I'm looking on line 84. So that's why I need you to be specific in what you're conveying to us, and especially as the stenographer is typing what you're saying.
Sure.
You your statement here, your testimony is saying while VI Department of Health oversees these shelters, then it goes to that the Department of Human Services plays a crucial support role, correct?
Correct.
Good. I want you to be very clear there. So if you may proceed from there, please, line 84.
While the Department of Health oversees these shelters, the Department of Human Services plays a crucial supportive role, working closely with the Department of Health to coordinate the efforts and ensure seamless operations. For those with medical special needs, pre-registration with the Department of Human Services or coordination with the Department of Health is essential before heading to a shelter. Pre-registration can be arranged and transportation through Vitran on St. Croix or St. Thomas. Each individual admitted to the medical special needs shelter must be accommodated by a caretaker to provide the necessary support. Our collaborative efforts with the Department of Health ensures that these specialized shelters are adequately prepared to meet the unique needs of our vulnerable population during emergencies. Pet sheltering. Service animals are allowed at all shelters mentioned above, ensuring that those who rely on them are not separated during emergencies. For pets, dogs, and cats, specific shelters are designated. The Lockhart Elementary Junior High on St. Thomas and the Educational Complex on St. Croix. Pet owners must bring cages, food, medicine, leashes, and other supplies and are responsible for their pets' daily care.
I don't like to interrupt you, but I'm gonna ask, just take your time. Take your time, okay? Because you're putting in words that's not in here. Okay? So just take your time, please.
Pet owners must bring cages, food, medicine, leashes, and other supplies and are responsible for their pets' daily care. This includes bringing their litter boxes for cats and cleaning up after dogs. We encourage all pet owners to have a plan for their pets, which includes having enough food and water for at least 7 days, a cage, leash, medication, and other essential supplies. Planning for pets is crucial to ensure their safety and well-being during emergencies. points of distribution or pods. Department of Human Services takes the lead in the efforts to identify, manage, and maintain points of distribution for commodities, specifically food, water, and following a storm, if residents are unable to access those items through the usual means, such as supermarkets. The critical operation is supported by VITEMA, the Virgin Islands National Guard, VIPD, the Department of Education, and volunteers from faith-based organizations. VITEMA oversees the distribution management plan, ensuring that the process runs smoothly and effectively. FEMA plays a crucial role in maintaining warehouses on St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, each stocked with a 10-day supply of food and water. These supplies are calculated to provide 2 shelf-stable meals and 3 liters of water per person per day. Once a storm passes, the Virgin Islands National Guard transports the commodities to pre-identified pod sites. Upon arrival, the National Guard sets up operation for the day, ensuring that food and water are ready for distribution. The actual distribution of these pod sites is managed by the Department of Human Services with substantial support from the Department of Education. Faith-based organizations and volunteers also play an essential role in assisting with distribution of supplies. Additionally, when available and coordinated with FEMA and VITEMA, blue tarps are also distributed at each pod site to help residents secure their homes. Pods operation will cease once normal food supply chains are restored and banking system, including credit cards, SNAP, DSNAP, or ATMs are functional again. This coordinated effort ensures that residents receive the necessary supplies sufficiently and effectively in the aftermath of a storm. The Senior Registry. Act 8058 mandates the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to maintain a voluntary senior registry for seniors 60 years and older living alone with disabilities. Currently, there are 907 individuals listed in this registry. Before, during, and after a storm, our team utilizes a mass messaging system to provide storm-related information and support to these individuals. The registry, which has been endorsed by AARP of the Virgin Islands, help us to identify and assist our most vulnerable residents quickly and effectively during disasters. The registry helps the emergency support function responders and support services volunteers establish contact and communication with individuals, providing aid and support in the event of a man-made or natural disaster. It also places individuals into categories, including those who would need special transportation, such as the lift buses and/or ambulance. VIDHS submits the information collected from the registry to VITEMA, VI Fire Medical Services, and the Virgin Islands National Guard to identify and rescue vulnerable population in disaster situation, or if there is a medical or other emergencies. This information is confidential and strictly used for other purposes, no other purposes than to assist the persons in the registry. Individuals interested in registering themselves or a family member can visit the Department of Human Services, the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, the Virgin Islands election system to fill out the registry form, and simply call the offices at the Department of Human Services to provide your information and have the form filled out for you. Community outreach and education. Public awareness and education are key components of our preparedness strategies. We regularly conduct outreach programs to educate the community about hurricane preparedness, including how to create emergency plan, pack emergency kits, stay informed during the storm. We also emphasize the importance of pre-registering for shelters and senior registry to ensure that everyone receives the necessary support during emergencies. Technology and innovation in the disaster response. At the Department of Human Services, we continuously seek innovative solutions to enhance our disaster response capabilities. By leveraging advanced technologies, we aim to improve our efficiency and effectiveness in managing emergencies. Our significant advancement is the implementation of the Patient Unified Lookup System for emergencies. PULSE, as it is called, is the platform that we initiated in 2022. The healthcare IT program significantly upgrades our emergencies and disaster response capabilities by allowing the Department of Human Services essential workers and disaster healthcare volunteers to access electronic health information for victims and evacuees during large-scale disasters. With PULSE, we can quickly obtain critical health data, facilitating better care and coordination during emergencies. Furthermore, at the Joint Operation Command Center, the Department of Human Services trained and coordinates with FEMA, fellow other government agencies, and experts from the National Weather Services to track all aspects of disaster preparedness and response across the territory on WebEOC. Our Virtual Emergency Operations Center is a platform which provides real-time command operation picture and support request management tool for emergency managers at the local and state levels. This tool is essential during the exercise, drills, local, regional emergencies, and statewide emergencies. VIDHS emergency support coordinators, or ESCs, are required to be trained and registered on a WebEOC, ensuring they can effectively manage resources and respond to incidents in real time. In closing, I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, for their leadership and guidance. I also want to express my gratitude to the dedicated employees of the Department of Human Services whose hard work and commitment are vital to our preparedness. I want to thank you, Senator.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we did say who? Fire. And then VIPD, and then Public Works. So Director of Fire, you may proceed. St. Croix, we can't hear the director. Do a systems check.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, now we got you. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other distinguished committee members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Accompanying me are Mr. Clabir Titus, Fire Chief of the St. Croix District, Mr. Robert Bryan, EMS Chief of the St. Croix District, Mr. Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief of the St. Thomas St. John District, Mr. Victor Adams, EMS Chief of the St. Thomas St. John District, Mr. Eustace Grant Jr., Deputy Chief of the St. Thomas, and Mr. Magabi Calix, Deputy Chief of St. John. We appear before you today to discuss the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service preparedness for the upcoming hurricane season. I will provide testimony on behalf of the agency, and the chiefs will join me in answering any questions you may have. VIF EMS is an all-hazards emergency response agency tasked with protecting life and property. Our core functions include fire suppression, emergency medical response, fire prevention, hazmat response, and search. Serves as the coordinating agency for emergency support functions, ESF 4, firefighting, ESF 9, search and rescue, and ESF 10, oil and hazmat. We are also a supporting agency for ESF 8, which is public health and medical support, and ESF 15, public information. To ensure readiness, we maintain a continuity of operations plan. The COOP establishes protocols that ensure operations will continue after a disaster and covers areas such as delegation of authority, personnel and safety and accountability, and repositioning of resources. Our COOP was recently revised and exercised in the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Seeking to minimize disruptions to our operations, a major focus of our preparedness efforts has been ensuring the availability of critical equipment and supplies during hurricane season. In recent weeks, our fleet maintenance teams has worked diligently to bring several apparatuses and ambulances back in service. Additionally, medical supplies and equipment totaling over $100,000 have been ordered to improve our readiness and prevent outbreaks similar to the COVID-19 pandemic. Orders have also been placed for handheld radios, safety vests, and other items. To further prepare for hurricane season, we continue to engage with key partners such as Vitima. We attended meetings, participate in exercises, and work to ensure our representatives of the Emergency Operations Center are knowledgeable and about EOC operations, including the use of Web EOC. Working with another critical partner, the Bureau of Information Technology, we are now able to take advantage of mobile radio base sites that may be deployed in emergencies to improve communication. This hurricane season, VIF EMS stands ready to support the territory. In the event of a hurricane, we will double the number of personnel assigned to each station in anticipation of increased call volumes. Our crews will secure our facilities and equipment and will provide essential emergency services until conditions are deemed unsafe. On St. John, crews assigned to Cruise Bay Fire Station will be relocated to the Westin Resort, as the station is currently housed in a modular facility. Operations based out of the Mars de Castro Clinic and the Coral Bay Fire Station will remain unchanged. The ambulance boat, the Star of Life, will continue to operate until the U.S. Coast Guard closes the port. Once the port is closed, the boat will be secured. Should it sustain any damage, we have an MOU in place with Canal Bay for the use of their vessel. On St. Thomas, the Fortuna Fire Station will be closed if we are to be impacted by a hurricane above a Category 1. Crews, equipment assigned to the station will be reassigned to the Emile Berry Fire Station in Dorothea. No other major changes will be made to the operations. fire and EMS crews will continue to operate from their assigned stations until they can no longer safely respond due to weather conditions. On St. Croix, the Cotton Valley Fire Station may be closed depending on the severity of the storm. In the event of station's closure, crews' equipment will be relocated to the Richmond Fire Stations. Operations at all other stations will remain unchanged, and crews will continue to respond until it is no longer safe to do so. Recent downpours have presented some infrastructure weaknesses at the Cotton Valley and Richmond fire stations, where roof leaks have been identified. Necessary repairs, and we are working closely with them to ensure that these issues are addressed. We are grateful for their willingness to assist, and to them, I would like to say thank you. I'd also like to say thanks to the men and women who show up to work daily, ready to serve the community in less than desirable living conditions. I assure you, this is not the norm, and I will do my best to improve the conditions sooner rather than later. This concludes my testimony. The chiefs and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, and don't forget Frederick said leaking too. Next, VIPD.
Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers and colleagues, those in the listening and viewing audience, people of these beautiful United States Virgin Islands, good morning. I am Mario M. Brooks, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and today I'm pleased to represent the Virgin Islands Police Department on behalf of the Honorable Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Today, I appear before you with the goal of presenting updates on the department's preparations as we enter the 2024 hurricane season, which began on June 1st and will officially end on November 30th. The 2024 hurricane predictions for the Caribbean indicate an active season with an higher than average number of named storms and several expected to reach hurricane strength. This outlook underscores the importance of robust preparation and vigilant response measures for our community. The Virgin Islands Police Department remains result-focused in its deliverables to the people of the territory. Commissioner Ray Martinez and the rest of the executive team have created an environment of support for police officers to be in a state of readiness. As a lead agency for the Emergency Support Function, ESF 13, Public Safety and Security, the VIPD continues to collaborate seamlessly with local and federal partners, focusing on stabilizing the critical community lifeline of safety and security. This includes maintaining law and order, site security, access control, and traffic control, especially during evacuations or any mass movement of people and critical operational supplies. Under Virgin Islands Code Title 23, the VITEMA Act, the governor may authorize the use of territorial resources by declaring a state of emergency. Upon Governor Bryan's prompt declaration of a pre-landfall state of emergency, a pivotal action occurs. All executive branch law enforcement agencies across the territory promptly report to the police commissioner, making themselves available for mission assignments. Additionally, we have memorandums of understanding with the Virgin Islands Superior Court and the Virgin Islands Legislature for the utilization of the enforcement personnel. The Virgin Islands National Guard also stands ready to lend support to the VIPD, deploying either full-time force members or activating MDay or its traditional membership under state active duty orders, strengthening our collective response effort. Requests for military support for law enforcement missions will be coordinated between the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Adjutant General of the VI National Guard, and then forwarded by the Commissioner to the Governor for approval. Effective ongoing coordination between VITEMA, VI Port Authority, and the U.S. Coast Guard ensures timely deployment of both police and National Guard resources throughout the territory preempting any port closures that may impede the mission. In the event of a disaster declaration, the VIPD can swiftly request additional law enforcement resources through the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, or EMAC, engaging key partners of participating member states for support such as Puerto Rico, New York, and others. Notably, a significant enhancement to this year's hurricane preparedness and response capabilities is the utilization of the VIPD unmanned aerial systems, or drones. These advanced drones play a pivotal role in conducting search and rescue missions, providing aerial analysis of various communities for damage assessment and supporting escort efforts and crowd control at points of distribution sites when the need arises. This aerial support capability greatly bolsters the effectiveness and response and support operations. In addition to aerial support, the VIPD marine assets have become indispensable in fulfilling the critical need for community support. In the event of port closures at the Cyril E. King Airport and the Henry E. Rolson Airport, these assets are instrumental in facilitating the movement of manpower and supplies throughout the island districts, ensuring the swift and efficient response to the demands of the community during emergencies. Moreover, upon the establishment of a curfew by Governor Bryan, the VIPD institutes traffic control points across the islands. These TCPs are strategically placed to ensure traffic on the roads during times of curfew. The TCPs are designed to provide freedom of movement for those critical supplies and support elements across the islands. The VIPD continues its vital support to key agencies, including the Water and Power Authority and the Department of Public Works. These departments are extremely critical to the restoration of our community. The VIPD remains responsive to 911 calls until the onset of tropical force winds, which is about speeds of 39 miles per hour, after which they shelter in place until the storm passes, and sustained winds drop below tropical storm force levels. This comprehensive approach underscores the VIPD's unwavering commitment to the safety and security of the community in the ever-evolving landscape of emergency response in 2024. Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens and members of this body, thank you for giving us this opportunity today. I thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tridenta Roach, and Commissioner Ray Martinez for their continued leadership, guidance, and support. To the entire VIPD family, thank you for your unwavering support. To the people of the Virgin Islands, who we proudly serve, you play an integral role in helping the Virgin Islands Police Department support you. Let us continue to help each other. The team and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Assistant Commissioner, Public Works.
Good day, Senator. Mic check. Good day, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety Committee, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Ruben Jennings, and I am the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today to testify on the role the department plays in hurricane preparedness is Dodson James, Special Assistant to the Commissioner. The Department of Public Works plays a critical role in disaster preparedness. The testimony today will touch on the various areas DPW is preparing for the 2024 hurricane season, such as damage and structural assessments, gut clearing and stormwater management, sand and sandbag distribution, route clearance and infrastructure restoration. The department relies on both in-house personnel and contractors to perform the prescribed duties for pre-storm preparedness and post-event recovery. Along with the Waste Management Authority, DPW manages the function of ESF 3, where the focus is route clearance, debris management and monitoring, and engineering support. DPW also supports several other emergency service functions as we perform mass movement, if needed, through the Division of Transportation, shelter preparation, and commodity distribution if needed. Our engineering and operations staff actively participates in year-round trainings offered by the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and other local and federal partners to ensure we are prepared in the unfortunate event of a natural management is a vital part of our preparedness and recovery process. Our engineering team is responsible for performing preliminary and post-event damage assessments to the territory's infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, and government buildings. In addition to determining the level of damage, our engineers are tasked with verifying the structural safety of the territory's infrastructure, government buildings, and other resources. A report is then submitted to the governor to assist in the determination of whether the territory qualifies for federal assistance. Drainage. Every year, the department performs a stormwater drainage system assessment, including all major guts, culverts, and swales. Based on this assessment, a schedule is devised to have them cleared prior to the height of hurricane season. The department has begun assessing the stormwater drainage system and will continue to do so throughout the hurricane season. Sand distribution. DPW is also responsible for sand distribution in the territory. Upon VITEMA's authorization, all government agencies are responsible for sending their staff by appointment to fill bags for their respective agencies. In addition to sand and bags, DPW provides the necessary tools for filling. Pre-filled sandbags are reserved for senior citizens and physically challenged individuals. We also partner with the VI Fire and Emergency Services to stage sand and sandbags distribution prior to any impending weather event. At these locations, our dedicated firefighters and DPW staff assist residents with filling sandbags for personal use. Private residents are capped at 6 sandbags per household, and government agencies received 24 sandbags per department per district. Of course, this cap is adjusted for larger departments with more facilities. Route clearance. Removing debris from all roadways in the territory is a DPW responsibility. This is carried out in accordance with priority routes and locations that have been identified by DPW and VITEMA. Said routes are subject to change as needed. However, priority is given to the territory's hospitals, ports, and other critical facilities. Route clearance involves pushing the debris off the roadways, and debris removal is collecting the debris from the roadside and transporting it to the approved debris management sites, DMS. All aspects of the debris operation are completed following local and federal regulations. Both districts have pre-approved contractors and in-house personnel assigned to certain sectors for immediate reconnaissance once an all clear is issued. Equipment is typically prepositioned to allow for rapid response and expedited route clearing, especially for priority routes and critical facilities. Infrastructure restoration. In preparation for the 2024 hurricane season, DPW has established the following protocol and preparation measures. 1, all DPW operations personnel and roadside contractors are assigned to specific locations throughout the territory with a mandate to address all emergency agencies and locations first. When possible, we meet 72 hours before the impending natural disaster to review all assignments and protocols. 2, once a presidential declaration has been made, emergency contractors join the process of roadside clearing and debris removal. They also address all high priority locations first, which includes all hospitals, fire departments, and police stations throughout the territory. 3, emergency contracts. DPW has contractors for the following: A, emergency roadside clearance; B, emergency debris removal; C, emergency debris monitors; D, emergency roof repairs; E, DPW emergency generator service and maintenance. 4, engineering staff are assigned to inspect public buildings, bridges, and highways based on priority locations. Based on the level of damage, structural integrity, and priorities, contractors and in-house staff can be engaged to minimize/mitigate further damage and loss of property. Comprehensive reports are developed to be shared with both federal and local partners. That concludes my testimony. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. The committee will take a 3-minute recess, and we'll return to open the room. But before I take the recess, allow me to recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Diane Capehart and St. Croix, and Senator Milton Potter, who is online. Welcome. Thank you for being here. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, June 11th, 2024, will recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, June 11, 2024 is back on record. And let me just take the liberty for a point of personal privilege to wish my daughter a happy birthday today. I should have done that this morning, but I'm sure she's busy doing her thing too. Shanette Ashante Kwane. I don't know where she gets Jashante from, but that's her, what do you call it, stage name or wherever the deputy chief might know. What's your singing name? Singing Fireman or something like that. So you know that they'll rename themselves, but special birthday greetings to her. We'll now proceed to a line of questioning, and we'll do 6 minutes. And before we go to the first speaker, which will be the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, we got a lot of information from you all today, but it leaves me with a lot of questions as well. And it's not good to have so many questions during an emergency. The good thing is that we're not in an emergency now, and this is a time to ask the questions and so that we can get the information out to the public. And before we move forward, also let me recognize that Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, a member of this committee, is also online. Senator Francis, are you there just for a systems check? I need to be able to hear you and see you.
I am here.
Where are you? Media, I can't see her yet.
Here. Do you see me?
Okay, I'm actually seeing you through the okay, now I'm seeing you. Thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Good, good. I sent the boat for you, but I don't know why you didn't make it, but we'll
Well,
talk.
apparently WAPA decided not to give me power, so I could be prepared to be over there. I was all enthused to be in St. John today,
Wow.
but WAPA decided to deter that.
The St. Johnians are saying welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, though. So, you know, there were a lot of talks about the pods. So before Senator DeGraff starts off, with all the talks about the pods, I didn't hear the location of these pods. And in addition to the location of the pods, I want to know who is ultimately responsible for the pods, because let's see, I think it was in the Human Services testimony, you two mentioned the pods and whatnot, but because of my personal experience in the past, the responsibility of the pods always dropped back on those in the Vaitima EOC, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Fire Service, and the National Guard. And oftentimes the police and the National Guard is supposed to be providing the security there, however, end up as those responsible for the pods. So if you could give us that clarity before we move forward as to where these pods will be. I think, and I wrote so much notes all over, but I think that someone may have stated that there would be 2 pods in St. Croix, 2 pods in St. Thomas, and I think it was you, Director Joshin. So if you could tell us the location of those pods and who are ultimately responsible for the pods, and importantly, I want to know from each of the agencies if your employees are aware as to who are essential workers, because it is hard to find employees or to get employees to report to sites after the hurricane has passed. So, Director Joshin?
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Joshua from Vitima. Good morning, excuse me. The points of distribution we have set up, we've identified many sites in the territory on each island. I'll go through each of those for you. But because it takes 32 soldiers to operate a pod, we're very limited to operating only 2 at a time. That's a key thing for individuals to understand. I like to open up more pods, but I cannot do it without getting volunteers and our National Guard and to be trained and certified on how to operate a pod.
So the important thing here now is to just identify those 2 locations. Forget about all the others.
Yeah,
Where are the 2?
The 2 locations are dependent upon the situation, but I will give you the identified locations of those. I cannot give the 2 today because it's up to the situation dependent. But
So then this becomes a problem. Again, during an emergency, information hardly gets out. If ahead of time we can know where these distribution pods will be, I mean, it will be much easier for you and for those in need of what you're distributing.
Exactly, Senator. As long as Mother Nature can tell me where she's going to go, I can tell you the heads up on the pods. As we get closer and closer, the assessments have to be done, and through messaging we will put out, either through text messaging or through Governor Bryan and myself, those locations as they open up. Now, it takes us 5 days to open up pods, first of all. So don't be coming up after the storm and saying, where's my food and water? There is none. I don't have any food and water until FEMA sends it to me and I sign for it as a 40-foot container and pick that up, and National Guard has to break that down. It takes time. We have to clear the roads. We have to get the first responders off the roads. We have to get WAPA out there to make it safe to be on the road. So the first thing, you understand, it's going to take 5 days before I open a pod up, unless Governor Bryan tells me to do it quicker. So that's the key thing for it. I'll give you the names of the locations we pre-identified, because you have to look at entry points, exit points, how to set the pods, the trash locations for that. Those are all done up. So I will go through these so you can know where they're located. The first one is Cotton Valley Fire Station on the island of St. John. Latitude is 17.75. Longitude is -4.62.
Wait, slow down for me a second. Cotton Valley, to my knowledge, is St. Croix, not St. John.
Oh, I'm sorry, St. Croix. Yes. So on St. Croix, Cotton Valley Fire Station, latitude 17.75, longitude -64.2.
Forget, sir, all due respect. Forget about the longitude, latitude. Tell us the location.
All right.
So
on
that
St.
people
Croix,
can know where.
Cotton Valley Fire
Slow
Station.
down for me, sir. The only way, I want everybody to just understand what we're doing. So just tell us where those locations are. Physical location. Cotton Valley, St. Croix.
The Eudora Rivera K-8 school. On Grove.
Uleli Rivera.
Yes.
K-8 school, that's in Grove Place.
Grove Place. Juanita Gardine, K-8 school, over by Hospital Street on St. Croix. St. Croix.
Juanita, so slow down. Juanita Gardine, K-8, that's the Richmond Christiansted area, St. Croix.
It's correct. The St. Croix Complex Educational Center.
St. Croix Educational Complex, Mid-Island.
Yes.
Bethlehem area.
St. Croix Central High School. The Lagoon Street parking lot, which is down in Frederickstead. The Anna's Retreat Four Winds Shopping Center on St. Thomas. And that one is a private location. We have to get an MOA set up ahead of time with the private sector before we can actually open that pod up. It's something DHS is aware of, and something has to be coordinated for that. Up in Bordeaux, there's a Bordeaux Farmers Market. That one's been a small location, but we do have identified as a pod location. There's pros and cons for that, but that's identified also. The Fort Christiansted parking lot in St. Thomas. The BCB, Bertha C. Bishote.
Fort Christian.
Fort Christian parking lot, correct.
Okay.
The BCB school in St. Thomas. The Ivana Eudora Ken High School.
And these are pod sites, correct?
These are locations for pods we've pre-identified, we've walked through, see if we can actually operate those pods. But again, it depends on the situation.
Right.
And the number of people to operate this, the hours we can only do right now, 2 what's called level 3 pods per day, which is 5,000 meals per pod per day.
Okay, in the essence of time, can I ask you to just submit to the committee the location of these pods?
Yes.
And we understand that it depends on the situation and the impact wherever on the island?
Yes, be glad to.
Okay. I can tell you off the top of my head, though, I don't understand why we're entering into any agreement to pay anyone for a pod when this government has ample property throughout the territory. But I'll wait for the list and then we'll proceed, okay?
Fair enough.
I don't think you answered with regards to the employees, whether or not they know that they're essential beforehand, and something else I did ask.
Yeah,
So for instance, for FEMA, if FEMA employees know, all employees, right to the, from the head to the groundskeepers, et cetera, they know that when, during an emergency, all hands on deck. Everyone are considered essential. Is that the case for VITEMA employees?
VITEMA, during an emergency, they're all considered essential employees, correct.
Okay, and how about for the other agencies, Public Works? Your employees are aware as to who are essential employees, where and when to report in the event of an emergency?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
Please recognize Assistant Commissioner Jennings.
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
We sent out a memo for a specific time period during hurricane season, informing all employees.
And for Human Services, because this is very critical for Human Services.
Yes, Senator, all employees are deemed essential, and so does their badges reflect as well.
And are they aware as to where to report or who to contact after a hurricane?
Yes, Senator.
Or disaster? Okay, thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. I want to ask Director for FEMA,
VITEMA, go ahead.
VITEMA. I remember last year taking part in a pod in Central, and I'm trying to figure out why are we changing locations of pod each time, and if we are, the reason for changing pods, why don't we maintain the same thing unless you have one as a backup in case of emergency, something could have destroyed one of your pods. But I remember taking part in, from listening to his testimony just now, I'm not sure if they actually went through a trial run with any of the pods thus far. So I want to know if they have, and if they haven't, why are we adding on and changing pods?
Through the chair, Director Joshua.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. These pod locations are pre-identified, and we work with FEMA, and they walk through and validate with this. We have Department of Human Services, National Guard, and we basically look at the level of pod we can do. We mostly consider level 3 or level 2 pods, but it depends upon the situation and the hurricane, what the damage is, the route clearance before we can set those up. So we identify several more than we need because of the situation, and then based upon the environment, we'll open up 2 of those locations, get the word out. I cannot open up all of those, like I mentioned before, because I don't have the staffing to manage those pods. And the pods are managed by the Department of Human Services when they open them up. And the National Guard actually does the heavy lifting to actually provide the meals, either to drive up or pedestrian walkthroughs.
That's it.
We didn't hear you until the middle of your statement or question.
My other part of the question was, have we did any walkthrough of any of the pods yet? And if we haven't, when would be those dates for doing the trial run of the pods?
Each year we walk through those locations, Senator. We have diagrams, and that's what I'll be providing to Senator Gittens, the diagrams, the entrance points of these points of distributions. Each one has a pro and a con to it, and the recommendation is a type of pod that we can manage at that location.
Thank you. And just so that the community can know, PODS is an acronym, POD, for point of distribution. Senator Fonseca, you have a point of information?
Thank you. Real quickly, VITEMA, through the chair, The St. Croix Educational Complex, what's the pre-landfall capacity? I couldn't understand that number you have there.
Senator, I will ask Ms. Henry from DHS to think about the capacity for the actual congregate shelter. Is that your question, sir?
Yes, through the chair. You have a number 1,7247. I don't understand that number. That's actually not a number I can understand. So you see it here on your testimony line 63. This is Vitima's testimony. No, Human Services testimony. Page 60, line 64, St. Croix Educational Complex. What's that number there? You see it?
Getting to you, Senator. Thank you for the question. Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. And some correction to that number, and you're right, so correct. That number should read 1,724 individuals at that location, and that is the based on the 20 feet per person capacity to that location.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, one follow-up. Why is the pre-landfall capacity and the post-landfall capacity so different?
The post-landfall numbers are based on a 40 square foot per person capacity. So a person will take up more space, and so that the square footage or the allowance of individual to that space would be less.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director Joshin, do you have a operational plan, a written operational plan for the operation during hurricanes?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so and in that plan, does it have all that pertinent information in regards to, regardless of what, employees first? So in terms of like how the fire director mentioned, addressing the fire stations, the leaks, addressing how many ambulances do we have that are working? Do you have that kind of information in it?
It does not go to that level of detail. It identifies which agencies are responsible for that area, emergency support function, and what they would be doing to support that. It's in the all hazards territory of the emergency operations plan. There's an annex in there for hurricanes in particular. But we don't go down to each station and exactly what equipment is there.
Okay, so is there an annex for community organizations, a portion of it where there's a link where community organizations encounter and work with the government agencies?
If you're talking about the volunteers specifically,
yeah,
we have
different civic organizations in the community.
We have a separate annex on that, on the volunteers and how we manage donations specifically. We finished that up this last year, and I can provide that to you if you'd like to, sir.
Okay, yes, if you could get that for us, so we could know how much money was donated or whatever. Pods in the territory, points of distribution have been a nightmare. Seniors have lined up in lines where the sun beat them to death, and those kind of issues. Are those things being addressed for when we do these points of distribution?
This is Director Josh, I'm from Vitima. So we like to encourage individuals to drive up. There's drive-up pods, but we also have some identified as pedestrian pods. We realized, and we did a great, not an exercise, the actual last year for water distribution of St. Croix, Department of Human Services ran with National Guard the pods, and we had tents set up for shade because we were concerned about seniors, and it went very, very well for that. So we've learned some lessons, and we anticipate putting those out. But a lot has to do with what's the time frame for the pods, our ability to have chairs for seniors to sit down, and shade for seniors, and Ms. Henry and her team did a fantastic job last year with the water distribution.
Okay, so are you aware if funding has been received or paid for fuel, the sandbags, the sand, all of these things? Are you aware if those things are already in place?
For Vitima, right this year, we are managing the funds for the last year for sand and sandbags. We purchased that. We purchased a lot of sand last year for Public Works as well as for fire EMS, and we have monies provided to us for fuel, specifically for managing the generators that are at the shelter sites. So that is in the budget line item for us.
Okay, and a major link for St. John is the ports, but through the federal side, the Coast Guard, is there direct communication with the Coast Guard as to a certain time frame as to how soon the port should be open or can safely be open?
There's a process to go through. We work very closely with U.S. Coast Guard here on St. Thomas. I'll focus on that, or St. Croix with Sector San Juan, which is in Puerto Rico, on establishing the conditions for opening the ports. The key, though, is the Coast Guard will not clear the ports. It's up to us as a territory or a private sector to clear the ports, and then they verify the ports are not congested, or then they open the ports up. So it's up to us as a territory to do that. It was a tremendous challenge in 17. It will probably be a tremendous challenge again this time coming up. We need to do that, but FEMA is very much aware of that, and it'll be one of our mission assignments we'll work with them on to get federal help for doing that.
Then if it's up to us, then we really got to do real better, because again, St. John, you know, getting the services out to St. John as fast as we can. Generators, VIPD, your generator working, fuel, fire, Public Works, everybody else, or VIPD generator working, all stations?
Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks. Senator, we conduct weekly assessments of those generators. So we do have some that are currently being repaired, but with the power outages, we've had to expedite some of those repairs. So we're coming online with pretty much all of them here. Probably in the next 24 hours or so, we should be good to go.
Fire generators for your stations?
Good morning, Senator Tony Stevens, Director of the Readiness and Emergency Medical Service. We have 2 generators that are down, one in Hotel Company, the Omar Brown Station in St. Thomas. That's due to a part that's needed, and we're working with the contractor to try to get it service as quickly as possible. And the Frederickson Fire Station generator is currently down as well.
Okay, that's too many.
1 minute.
So, but how soon you think we get them back up?
Again, just waiting on that part for the one in St. Thomas, hopefully within a week. Hopefully within a week. And the one in St. Croix, we're working on replacing that generator, and I'm waiting on a response from one of the agencies to get some assistance on it.
Okay, Vitima Director, do all essential employees, fire, police, human services, everybody, have they been given their passes, curfew passes, to traverse back and forth, work and everything?
Those agencies, Senator, Director Josh from Vitima, who already have their ID badges and that, validated through VIPD, they would not be stopped. It's those agencies that don't have ID badges that we would have to make sure those everything done. We've been working very well on the island of St. John and St. Thomas, but right now St. Croix is behind, and we've now extended the curfew pass request to the 15th of July.
Okay.
Time.
And just in closing, Mr. Chair, in regards to human services, for the 907 seniors who have signed up for the senior registry, have we made contact with them as of June 1st to inform them, even as a test, contact all 900, to find out if they have radios and batteries, or those are things that to give them the information for hurricane season so they can be, ready, rather than having to wait. Somebody arbitrarily taking the time and calling them and contacting them. Is that in play, or has it been discussed?
Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. So we are currently working through that contact listing of calling and making wellness checks. We have started our boots on the ground in getting word out, being on the different radio station, and putting our word out through other media sources through the Department of Human Services so that folks are engaged.
Okay, and special needs persons?
All of the above, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senate Minority Leader. Just to follow up on his statement regarding the ambulance, Director Joshin, I must say that the response didn't sit well with me as it pertains to you having a operational plan. Remember, we're operating during an emergency. It's not at that time that we need to start running around like a fowl without a head. We should know how many working ambulance we have in place. So the response was unacceptable, and I'll just ask that you ensure that you have the number of ambulance in there, especially now at a time that we're in a budget season. And this is where I ask department and agency heads to come forward and state what your true needs are. This isn't a time for you to be playing politics and just stating that you can work with what you have. Ask for what your true needs are. So we could get that from fire. Yeah.
Senator, may I respond?
You may respond after.
Okay.
And he also asked about generators at the Virgin Islands Police Department and at the VA Fire Service. I will lean to go forward to ask about generators at the Department of Human Services run senior homes. I'm truly concerned about our seniors who have medication, who have sleep machines, respirators, and things that they would need power. How about generators at these sites? And I also wanted to hear from the VA Fire Service whether or not we're still pulling out a little small generator in the Grove Place fire station for them to handle, because during these outages, it's a crying shame for us to be driving by a police station or a fire station and the place is in darkness. So if these things are not addressed, I would like to definitely hear it during the budget process so that we can ensure that you have the funding you need to address these things. You can't help anyone if you can't help yourself. So you wanted to respond, Director Joshin?
Yes, Senator. Director Joshin, my team. So when we activate, by purpose, each agency is required to provide the essential elements of information at the EOC, and that's when you talk about your status of equipment, what's up, what's down, personnel. So I think, why we're looking for an operations manual is actually a requirement for each of the agencies as the lead to talk about their status of equipment and personnel in order to respond, to include National Guard. So that there's a process we go through deliberately to talk about. But as far as, am I asking for how many ambulances are in our procedure, it does not go to that level of detail, but when we stand up, we do ask about status of forces, status of equipment, exactly what the needs and requirements are, to include fuel and water and staff.
Understood. However, the Senator's question was clear and direct, and to leave that hanging like that in the public's ear, then it appears that we're not ready. It's not to say that we don't have the answer. I'm sure that we do. So that's why I didn't place it in a question form, but I just asked that when you're doing the operational plan or you're tweaking it, because the operational plan is tweaked, that you put that information in there.
Yes, Senator.
All right. And fire service, I hope I am clear with regards to the generators. I know that you're in a temporary site in Grove Place, but still that little pull-out generator is not sufficient. Our firehouse should not be in darkness. All right, and let's think about this. All agencies and department heads think about this when we're renting any place temporary to ensure that we can still carry on our operations, especially if it's a 24/7 hour operation. Thank you. Next to speak will be Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 6 minutes, Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to the testifiers. Director Josh, I want you to look at your testimony on page 4, line 83. It states, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has indicated that no green waste will be transported outside of the territory. Governor Bryan will need to identify the best option. What plan do we have in place right now for green waste? Because we know we're going to have green waste. That's not a question here. We know. So what is the plan in place for green waste as we speak?
Well, right now, this is Director Josh, and thank you for the question, Senator. So a lot of the green waste has to be reduced, and this is really working with Department of Public Works and Waste Management Authority, and then have to reduce it even further. And most likely, it's going to be through composting, which is a great option, but very limited in the time it takes to do that with the capacity. The other basically.
Director Johnson, please. We need to start out with where will we be storing it before we start discussing compost and any other methods, because the first thing we're going to do is clean our streets, and we have to store it someplace before we go to composting. Please, let's stick to my question that I asked. What do we have in place to store this green waste as we clean the street? There is no question. We're going to have to clean the streets. We've been having a lot of rain. There's a lot of trees growing, bushes growing. So we're going to have a lot. What do we have in place at this time to store that green waste? What plan do we have in place?
Senator, that the plan would be through the Waste Management Authority. They have to work on what's called temporary debris sites. I don't have that list in front of me. I can provide that to you, especially for St. John and St. Thomas. I know for St. Croix, they have several locations identified, and ultimately they do have a very good spot on St. Croix to put that over in the Anguilla landfill.
I don't think we do have a good spot in Anguilla landfill, because right now it's overbulked with waste. And I think we need to really be serious about this and start finding a place to hold this waste. We're going to have a problem. I want to talk about shelters. And we have to understand who we're dealing with and the people in this community that we have to deal with when it comes to shelter. And I see that the closest shelter is complex. And on the western part of the island, you have Marley Project, Safarali Project, Concordia Manor, Estate Cane Brick, and those 4 major places. Folks don't like to go too far from their home because they are going to have to walk back to make checks on their homes. I can't understand why we can't have a generator for Claudio Marco School and make sure that that area is available as a shelter. People don't want to go far from their home. They need to come back to check out that the home is not vandalized. What are we doing about that? Based on those areas and the Lagoon Project. So there's 5 major residential areas in Frederickstead town that you're telling all of these folks to go all the way up to to Complex, which most of these people might not have transportation to be able to go back home to check on their resident. Please help me as to why we cannot put Claudio Marco up as a shelter for the Frederickstead folks.
Senator, you want to take that one?
Go ahead. You go ahead.
All right, this is Director Josh, and I believe Claudio Marco, we have still a challenge with some leaks in that roof of that facility, is item 1. There is no generator there, item 2. There is no water, basically, when the WAPA goes out, that goes there for individuals is number 3. And the other thing is, Senator, it takes individuals to operate these shelters, open these shelters up, and a lot of it has to do with volunteers. So right now, we have 2 shelters on the island of St. Croix that are available for individuals to come to.
Saying to us, we need to pay attention to the people in our community, understand how they operate, understand how we live. I want to ask a question. I think this will be to a public walk. What methods does Vitran has put in use to communicate or evacuate folks with disability? How are we going to move these folks with disability? What does Public Work have with Vitran in place to assist these people?
Good.
We're talking about folks with disability.
Good afternoon, Senator. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
1 minute.
We walk along with Julian Hilney in Government House to coordinate with our seniors that we already have relationships with on the veteran ADA side.
And I heard, I think was Human Service said there's 907 folks on this disability list. Can you break down that 907 per island for me? So 907, I really would like to understand where are these folks, because these are the folks that many times are left by the wayside, and we cannot continue doing this to these folks. I get calls on a regular basis that no one have even touched base, preparing them and having them notify of what will take place in case of emergency. Where is this 907? How is it located by island?
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I conclude on this?
Yes, you may conclude.
Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. Thank you, Senator. The 907 individuals listed are broken down. On the island of St. Croix, 299 individuals have registered. On St. Thomas, 511 individuals. And on St. John, 97, none reported for Water Island. Thank you.
Your numbers are not matching up. You said 907, and you said, how much on St. John?
97. 299 on St. Croix, 511 on St. Thomas. That's the senior registry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll follow up later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, and great point on the distance of the shelters, and that's one of my reasoning also for asking about the location of pods. Equally important, the location of shelters. However, what I expected you to state is that a location that's deemed qualified for a shelter needs to come with a certain standard. And if I recall, I don't think that Claudio met those qualification standards the last time I worked in the EOC. Is that the problem with the Claudio Elementary School? That it doesn't meet the qualifications for a shelter?
Yes, Senator Director Joshton, so we use the American Red Cross checklist to go through, and they need to have a structurally sound environment to work with, and that would be the reason why we don't have Claudio Marco identified as that.
So again, it's not qualified to be a shelter?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. But again, to the Senator's concerns, we do need to find a suitable location on the western end of the island that can be qualified. And while I am not in the same seat as he is with his mom being alive today, bless her heart, I would love to have mine around, but I would want to make sure too that there is a shelter closer by than to have someone make that trod all the way up closer to the mid-island. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, so kindly, and we give thanks and praises to the Most High, and special greetings to all those listening and viewing, and my colleagues. Good afternoon. You know, it's so interesting that 907 numbers of the elderly with the mass marketing. So these are seniors, 907. The number is 608 on the St. Thomas St. John district and 299 on St. Croix. So it seems like over in St. Croix, the elderlies live more with their kinfolk rather than in the St. Thomas St. John district. But I wanted to get real quickly to Vitima, because you know it's so nice to know that that you know during the weather emergencies they're going to be flying the reconnaissance missions every 8 hours out of the Henry E. Rosen Airport. Because as you know, my major motivation is to make sure that you have that meteorologist. And I'd like to thank you and your staff. There's a lot of movement, and I'm pretty certain there's a bill going to be coming before this committee shortly. But let me ask you, drones, because nowadays if you watch what's going on in Ukraine and stuff, they got a drone them locating the what they call them thing, the tanks. So it seems like drones are very capable now. They're able to go into war zones and locate stuff. Is there any plans, do you envision that the National Weather Service having drones located on St. Croix? Because, and then I also want you to update me on the Herman Hill, St. Croix. You're building a lovely facility in Herman Hill there that is going to be a hardened facility, can house them. So give me an answer on the update of the Herman Hill facility, and also if you envision drones being utilized to assist with weather forecast.
Yes, Senator. Director Joshua from my team. I've had some good conversation with National Weather Service. They're using right now some boat drones in the Atlantic last year. As far as any air drones coming out of St. Croix, I would probably say no, because right now, having gone up last year in the P3 Orion, you definitely have to have pilots that can adjust the wind speeds, directions, and basically drop those sensors into the water for that. So I think they will continue to have that going forward with the Hurricane Hunters, the C-130, as well as the NOAA, the P3 Orion crew coming through. It's a lot of scientists that are in there, very, very versed pilots, but I see that still being, for at least for the next couple of years here in St. Croix. As far as Herman Hill, that's the, we call it a wind retrofit, and that's a location. It used to be Vitima as the EOC many, many years ago, but through a recovery project right now, we have about $29 million to build a very good 200-person shelter there in order to manage during hurricanes or earthquakes or fires, both our local responders, federal responders there. And right now we're about 30% in the architectural engineering design for that, going forward for some zoning, and still working with FEMA for some details on the implementation of that. We have to take down the existing structure there, which is going to take quite a bit of time and energy and effort to get that done.
Yes, and you know, and I'm thanking you for supporting it. And I am on the record. I want the National Weather Service to locate that hurricane center in St. Croix. You know, St. Croix is the easternmost part of the United States, and these hurricanes are coming from the east, southeast, and St. Croix is the southeast portion of the United States, and they are the best location to have these hurricane hunters and also drones, because you know, a hurricane hunter, you know, might get real bumpy winds and stuff. Is a drone go out there and fall down, we ain't lose nobody life. So keep pushing that. I want you to go quickly now to Public Works, because you mentioned here the gut cleaning and the stormwater management and stuff. Last week they had, and first tell me, Darrell, is this a above average rainy season, or are we in a drought, or we removed from the drought? How are we now?
This is direction. I think we're going to see lots of things. We had a very wet early season in the month of May. We've had several flash floods coming through, but I think we're going to see some heat, and we're going to see with Sahara dust, obviously, some dryness that's going to be around for a while. But the overall prediction is going to be a very active, above active hurricane season, which obviously will bring rain to us.
Good, good,
1 minute.
Thank you. So I wanted to go to Mr. Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So the gut cleaning and stormwater management. Two specific things I want you to update me on. Bunker Hill there, Garden Street, right? They had a big rain last week. I don't know what broke, but they had water flooding all over the place, water drifting into the stores and stuff. I went over there the other day. I see they got a big metal plate in the road, right? So update me on that. And then also right now, and I wish Waste Management was here, right? Listen, we have a situation in the back of the Windward Passage Hotel. There is open sewage in the street. There's businesses there. I went there about 3 times. I called Waste Management Authority.
Time.
Since, Mr. Chair, can I? Yes. I went there last week. There's open sewage, and I know it's open sewage because I saw the sewer truck, one of the private contractors, pumping sewage from in the gut in the street. We cannot allow open sewage to be in our street back at Windward Passage Hotel for so long. That is, we're out of these times. We cannot have open sewage in the street. So, Mr. Jennings, Public Works, update me on the Garden Street thing, because Mr. Vaitima just told us that they're going to have a lot of rain, and also what's the status of that repairs to that sewage leak in the back of Windward Passage. And thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and just before you respond, I couldn't see the chambers on St. Croix, but Senator Javon James will be next. But you may respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Mic check.
Please recognize the mic of Assistant Commissioner Jennings and St. John, please.
Mic check. Mic check. Okay. Thank you, Senator, for the question. First, in regards to, well, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. In regards to the Garden Street hole that was caused by a water line break, so WAPA is actively working on repairing it. Second, in regards to the Windward Passage, our guys have been there to assist in cleaning out that drainage. We have informed Waste Management. They have in fact came out several times as well. So they are actively as well addressing that situation in Windward Passage.
Any dates for completion?
Up to last week, Friday, we were in conversation with Waste Management, the wastewater team. So as soon as possible, because we told them we really need to get in there to clean our gut.
Yeah, there is an open sewage in the street, so we need to clean up. That's an environmental hazard. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question is to Public Works. The town of Frederiksted, we all know the issue with some of those drains. I know it's only so much we can do, but we all know what happens from the water coming from the hill, from up there in La Grange, coming right into Frederiksted. I know you can't fix things overnight, but what plans you have in place, at least to make sure that we prepare for hurricane season, to make sure that we don't have unexpected flooding or backups or clogging of the drainage in the town of Frederiksted Public Works?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for the question. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So, yes, we are actively working in the Frederiksted area. Our crews are actively working on repairing sidewalks. So the main issue with a lot of the towns is the sidewalks are inside, they're collapsing. So of course it would impede water from flowing. So our in-house team has been actively repairing sidewalks throughout the town of Frederiksted. We also have we're working on a design with the U.S. Army Corps for the La Grange area for that gut. So we've already engaged with them. I think they're about 30% on the design. So we're hoping to holistically address the flooding in Frederiksted as well. And we now have a vacuum truck, one vacuum truck on the island of St. Croix, which we actively use as well to clean inside those swales.
thank you for that update. Not one excuse. At least you're showing that there's some progress there, and I really appreciate that. And we must commend the Department of Public Works, even though there are much more things that needs to be done. So I just want to make sure I place that on the record. As far as VITEMA, those EOC meetings, how many have been conducted thus far? And do you have reports for every of those meetings? And the reason why, because I would like to see those, I'd like to request through the chair some of those reports.
This is Director Josh, and thank you, Senator, for the question. So we run several what's called emergency support function meetings, and VITEMA is responsible for what's called ESF5. We do that once a month right now. And also VITEMA, for the VI code, we run the Emergency Management Council meeting, and I'll be glad to send you the agendas for those that we've been doing the last couple of months in preparation for hurricane season. And that is definitely what VITEMA does. Other agencies such as Department of Human Services, they do ESF6 meetings. Department of Health does ESF8 meetings, pretty much monthly. ESF13 VIPD does meetings monthly. BIT does meetings, ESF2 meetings. So those agencies are leaders as far as their areas of responsibility. I'll be glad to send you what I have for the VITEMA ESF5 as well as for the Emergency Management Council meetings.
And that is what I was expecting, because I had the opportunity of attending one of those meetings, and I know the public do expect a lot. A lot of things are not covered in the media. Everything do not need to be covered in the media, by the way. But I know that you guys are working. I have witnessed some of those meetings that you have, and I just want to say to your entire team, continue the work that you're doing, and please just stay in communication with the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands throughout these activities we might face, because we're expecting a lot of activity. As far as Christiansted Town, I would like to ask Public Works. I know I saw some work being done there, I think this morning. I'm happy to see that there's some level of progress there with the paving or the fixing of the roads. As far as the water activity during hurricane, what assessment has been done to make sure that some of those same issues that we might face in Frederiksted, that we can somewhat reduce some of the impact to the infrastructure when it comes to water flow in the Christiansted area, knowing that we have that project going on right now?
Yeah. Thank you again, Senator, for the question. So yes, our contractor is actively working in the Christiansted area to pave a lot of the roads. I'll have Mr. Dotson James add any additional information as well that's needed.
Good morning, Senator James. How you doing? Yes, we are doing work in the Christiansted area. Queen Street and New Street by the church has also been being paved. With respect to the stormwater drainage also, we had identified 2 areas that were critical it would drain a lot of water, which is by the fort in Christiansted and the taxi stand. What we found was 2 to 3 feet of calcified dirt, gravel, and stone that was preventing the water from coming off the hills, going to the gut, and ending up in the sea. We were able to clean those 2 guts within the last, I would say, 30 days, in addition to another gut that was being cleaned in the Annos Hope area that did the same thing, which prevented the water from leaving us. Because of that, we have had much success with the water leaving, running through those drainage.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I really do appreciate what you are doing, because we still have to take into consideration that water is a very powerful force, and when it do come, it is inevitable if we're going to have all this activity, and we have to make sure at least we reduce it and be prepared for it when it do come.
Time.
Mother Nature is at its finest. Let's hope and pray that we don't have any major incident or any major activity during this hurricane season. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this meeting, and God bless the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you for your line of questioning. And in that line of questioning too, drainage, guts, bridges, sidewalks, again, came up, and I apologize that we didn't have waste management here as well. Assistant Commissioner, you spoke to the vacuum truck on St. Croix. Do we also have street sweepers as well?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes, we do.
in both. Please put your name on the record now that we have a new stenographer so that they can know who's responding.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yes, we do. We currently have 2 sweepers on the island of St. Croix, 2 sweepers in the St. Thomas St. John district.
So when you said 2 sweepers in the St. Thomas St. John district, that means they're both housed on the island of St. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. But you have capability of getting it to St. John?
Yes, Senator.
And I ask that because of the recent set of rainfalls and the road construction that's going on and the amount of build-up in the roads. I consistently have to be contacting your department with regards to several areas, but specifically that I can remember off the top of my head, the East Airport Road on St. Croix. Now, I did see evidence that there was an attempt to clean up that area, I believe, Sunday midday. But the job wasn't done properly. And it's, you know, sometimes it reminds me of when my mom used to say, if you want something done, you do it yourself. And if I could have done it, I would have done it. But whoever did that and see what was left there would have known that you need to go back. So in this case, we would have probably needed the assistance of even the fire department to hose down the excess that was there. But even standing still at the stoplight there on Sunday, no, it was before Sunday, there was a near accident right there. Not only the near accident, but then when the vehicle that was heading east, that was facing east, but to turn towards the airport, when they accelerated to drive off, all the kickback of the loose dirt came up on everybody's vehicle, the loose gravel hitting in your windshield and everything going. And I don't think that the person was intentional, but you know when the light changes and you just accelerate gas, if you're in loose dirt, that's going to happen. So I'm asking that we pay attention to this. As our employees are traversing the roads and whatnot, if they make these observations, they need to bring it to the attention of their division directors so that we can go out and do a cleanup before we have an accident. All right, thank you.
Point of information?
Point of information, Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. I had to get in here. I heard them talking about clearing of guts. And I saw there was a great deal of work done on the Melvin Evans Highway with a lot of drainage for the water to get off of the highway. But the guts that these water are going to, what about the clearance of them? And I walk the highway and I see these guts that these water should be coming off of the highway are not cleared. When are we going to start clearing some of these guts to make sure that the water that we know set to come off the highway could actually go in the direction it needs to go, versus stay there and build back up to come right back on the highway? Especially the area of Carlton. There's a major gut that goes right down Carlton Road that has that new drainage, then down low as you go down on that western part of the highway. What are we doing about those guts, Mr. James? Help me out.
Okay, that's St. James, Special Assistant to the Commissioner, Derek Gabriel. Those guts are going to be cleaned, and we have started cleaning, to be quite honest with you. One of the problems, the challenges we're having is getting the equipment down in the guts, so it has to be done by hand. Many of our roadside contractors are, in fact, part of their contract is to clean the guts, in addition to what Public Works proper does also as far as helping out with the cleaning of the guts. But it's a little challenging, but you can't get equipment down in there, so it has to be done from on top. So we're doing the best we can. Additionally, the guts that we do clean, we clean from the mouth of the gut some 50 feet back as we thought, but we were instructed we can go as far as 200 feet back to get the guts clean. But we don't want to take too much of the green shrubbery with it, because what that does is slows down the water as it comes to the gut. If you skin the guts, then what happens now, you've lit up a mudslide. So we're trying very hard to make sure we do both. Maintain the guts, but make sure that we make it safe so that we don't have any accidents, sir.
I appreciate that because I see some of them are very clogged. Down by Camp Rico have one, two where they just clean up. That got, once the water come underneath there's no place for it to go but back on the highway.
And when the water comes down with such force also, but bear in mind, it also brings down debris with it also, so what it does, it clogs up the gut. That's why we have, you know, little flooding. Fortunately for us though, the guts are, the water recedes a lot faster than it does in other places. We don't experience major floods because the water recedes within 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Senate President Francis, followed by Senator Capehart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And certainly I want to commend the chair on calling for this hearing today as we endeavor to make sure that we're prepared for the hurricane season. You know, this should come like clockwork for us because we know every year come June to November, we have to prepare ourselves and get ready for any eventualities of hurricane season. I wanted to ask you, Director Joshin, in respect to the after-action report for the hurricane season of 2023, has that been completed?
For 2023, Senator, yes, I have a copy of that. I can for 23, yes, sir.
Can you share that with us? I think it's important that we are able to glean, what are some of the challenges that we experienced in 2023, so we could certainly make sure that it don't occur in 2024. So tell me, in terms of the capstone initiative that was done in the month of May, what have you gleaned from that in terms of preparing you for the 2024 hurricane season?
Senator, what we're finding out is, both FEMA, VITEMA, and the agencies, there are individuals who've been doing this for years and have been involved with major storms here in the territory, both Irma and Maria. We're also finding that we have a lot of new individuals that are involved with the same roles, responsibilities, or new roles and responsibilities. So it's that coordination, that communication and cooperation that we've been doing very much together. What we don't want to do is wait and have to have time spent before we realize what our needs are. We already know what our needs are to the territory, and so as soon as we get those major declarations, we're able to ask FEMA, because we're going to be overwhelmed ourselves for assistance that goes forward, and they're going to be able to provide assistance to us. The key things we have taken away from this working with the federal partners is Department of Defense is going to be our first department forces down to support us. And after that, we'll be able to get National Guard down here. So it's that coordination to get federal forces down here, plus National Guard, and realize when you have time and distance challenges that existed the same as 17, by identifying states, by identifying resources ahead of time to position them into the territory as best we can prior to the start of the major disaster, that we can start getting those forces coming in. Like I mentioned in the testimony, we're still going to have challenges for WAPA to get line crews down here, same with telecommunications. So those are going to be our biggest responding slowness, as you get both WAPA responders from AARP to help out, as well as for the telecommunications sector to respond.
Thank you for that, and I'm hoping that we're truly utilizing the data that's collected from these initiatives to really drive our policies and procedures as we move forward. In regards to radio and phone communication, and that's radio, walkie-talkie type radio communication, how do you believe that we're, where are we in terms of radio and phone communication as we go into this hurricane season?
Director Joshua from my team, Senator, part of the emergency support function 2, which is BIT's lead on that, we've exercised and looked at, again, generators at these sites, working with our private sector. We have something called FirstNet, which has been built out for many, many years now, which really provides for first responders the density of those cell towers, which is very, very good, as well as they have now put out generators there that last much longer than before. Instead of a couple of days, they're lasting a couple of weeks, but you still have to get fuel up there for that. As well as our satellite phones that we have. I have 30 satellite phones already pre-identified for agency partners within the cabinet, as well as our private sector through VIA, through Liberty, T-Mobile, working with them and understanding what we have to do together to get those responses going back. We do have our amateur radio operators also, like we used in 17, to also provide the lowest level of communications from our PACE plan to basically have that communication between islands or within islands to make sure we get the messages passed, as well as working with radio stations who have also buffed up their capabilities both here on St. Thomas and St. Croix in order to provide radio station opportunities for us to broadcast after a storm.
Okay, and we, again, talking about generators, and I'm very disappointed to hear today that we have some of our first responding agencies that don't have some workable generators. We can't continue with, climate change and global warming. We saw where during the 2017 hurricane season, we saw that we had hurricanes in August. Time is not our friend. We have to be able to make sure that we are prioritizing the repairs of our generators, and we need our first responders to be safe.
1 minute.
Safe, then they can be available to support this community. So it's essential that we prioritize those first responders and their needs to make sure that they have capable and competent working equipment so that they could go out and do the work on our behalf, on the people's behalf. So let's prioritize those areas. Sandbags. Well, let me go to guts first of all. And I heard the Public Works and they talk about some of the cleaning that they're doing. I have very recent pictures from the Fanjipanji area, for example, Contentment and some of these other guts that they have tremendous amount of debris in those guts as it stands right now. I just got these pictures over the weekend, and it's important that we again, I hear some of the difficulties in being able to clean, and that one in Fanjipanji is very deep. And I would imagine it would present some challenges, but we have to get these guts cleaned up, so that the water could free flow. We saw what happened recently with these heavy downpours. A lot of those water were actually running our roadway, and that compromised some of our roads right now. So we need to really address that. In regards to, that's a rapid clock.
You may conclude. Sorry about that.
In regards to the sandbags, I don't know. I know that Director Jashin, we like to wait until the storm is imminent to issue sandbags, but I think that I believe that some advanced release of sandbags, especially in light of what our community is up against now, with some blue roofs and other areas and compromised roofs, I think is essential and important that we're able to give out sandbags in advance of the storms, and that's just one less thing to worry about, during the storm. So please consider the dissemination of those sandbags a little bit earlier than when it's imminent, the storm arriving, and I want to offer the legislature's site to support and assist in that endeavor as well if you have need an additional distribution site there. But I wanted to wrap up by, well, can you respond to that in terms of the sandbag before I ask for my final?
Yes, Senator Director Joshin, yes, we have done what we call blue sky sandbag distribution, usually in the month of July. The challenge is we want to do it like on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to also support individuals who are working. It's very important we work with ADA Coordinator Julian Henley and Commissioner George right now, and Ms. Henry, to identify those seniors who also need help and support that we have to bring the sandbags to them. So we will take that definitely strong advice. I'm looking probably mid-July. If we don't have any other storms heading this way earlier, to get that done. We've done it the last couple of years, been very successful with it, so it's a great recommendation, sir.
Thank you for that. And my final question to you, Director Joshin, as the team lead for the hurricane season, I wanted to ask you, what is your greatest concern during this hurricane season? What is it that keep you up at night? What are you, concerned about as you think about this hurricane season?
Senator, I've been asked that question a couple of times so far this season. I think it goes back to, even though Irma Maria have went by in 17, I worry about procrastination, I worry about complacency with our own individuals in the territory, not thinking it's going to happen. We put out checklists, we talk about what you do to prepare a kit, to stay informed and be vigilant. We need every individual, if you're taking care of a senior also, to spend time and take this very seriously in preparing what you're going to do and how you're going to go through, just as if we were going to have another Irma Maria come through. We don't want it, but we want to be prepared. You want to know where to go. You want to get medicine set up. You want to take care of your pets, your families. That's my concern right now, Senator, for everybody to make sure we take this seriously. The height of hurricane season comes up in 15 August to 15 October. 85% of the tropical storms, hurricanes come during that time frame, especially as we know the month of September.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your response. Mr. Chair, if you could just ask DHS to report on our senior registry, if they're activating their call line and at least just touching base with our seniors to make sure that they're registered, the phones are working, any new numbers, any changes that have been made in terms of our senior registry, I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. You may respond. DHS testifier.
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. Thank you for the question. Yvette
Name?
Henry. Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. Yes, we are currently doing wellness checks on the 907 individuals. We're working through that. And we are also holding outreach to add to that number territory-wide. Next month, the ADA coordinator has some outreach, and I'm quite sure we will garner more individuals from that. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, and thank you, Mr. President, for that statement on prioritizing our first responding agencies with the generation power. Again, it truly sickens me to have to pass by any emergency response agency and the power is out and they're in darkness. So hopefully we can do that. And while we're talking about that too, Director Joshin, I've repeatedly asked about it as well. Even the Curriculum Center in St. Croix that feeds, or that's the hub for the for our Department of Education. Once the power is out and the Curriculum Center in St. Croix don't have any power, none of the schools have internet access. So again, it's affecting our students. And you know, from 2017, let's face it, our students haven't had a normal school year. And now we're having this crisis with the constant power outages. So I'm asking that the agency heads work together in prioritizing a generator for the Curriculum Center as well.
Yes, Senator.
And do not forget our senior homes. How about Greg, Queen Louise, and whatnot? Those facilities should have a backup generator that is able to push the entire property, not just the office for office staff. I am talking about a generator to push generation for the entire property where our elders can continue to refrigerate their medication and utilize whatever machines that they may have to depend on to continue living. Senator Capehart, you're next, followed by Senator Potter and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Capehart, you may proceed with your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. All I'm going to say is, may God be merciful to the territory, to the whole Caribbean, because as I sit here today, the testimonies that I hear from all these agencies, thank you for your update, and thank you for all that you do. But when we are given the opportunity to put everything in place, I don't know if we prepared, people. And first, I would ask Director Joshin, you mentioned that you had a checklist. Can you clarify what that checklist is?
In what context, Senator?
Main questions.
In what
You may
context?
proceed, sir.
Senator Director Joshin, I have essential elements of information that agencies report on when we activate. We have that. We also have each of our EOCs, based upon the function, they have a checklist that they report on. In my TOP, we actually have checklists in there also, and each agency has checklists also for those. So there's all sorts of checklists that go along with our plans, that go along with being able to be ready, to go along with being able to support the prioritization that we've established with our objectives for hurricane season 2024.
So is there also a checklist for the people for hurricane preparedness, doing that education and outreach to everyone in the territory? I may be a first-time resident of the Virgin Islands and not be hurricane prepared, may not know anything about preparing for a hurricane. Do we do that education and outreach now that this is hurricane season? Are we doing that education to the public?
Excellent question, Senator. Director Josh. And yes, VITEMA does lots of outreach, radio stations. We handed out here today in the chambers our emergency backpack context checklist that we would like you or individuals to set up. Obviously, each one is unique based upon family needs, but there's a basic list you can get. You can also go to the VITEMA website under hurricanes and get the checklist. You can go to ready.gov and get the checklist that meets your needs and identify whether it's just individual needs or family needs. We definitely have that checklist available for individuals to include, for example, a can opener. It was one of the things that individuals always have a chance to forget, can openers, and don't forget a whistle, because a whistle, basically, when you blow a whistle, you can go much further with the need for asking for help and support. But we definitely have a checklist. We're glad to share that with the community and further outreach that we will do. Be glad to have that. And if somebody wants us, being VITEMA, to come visit your agency or your business or your church, please contact us. We would definitely want to come out. That's what we do.
Don't do your education outreach on my 6 minutes, please. I'm just saying that I think that your staff, whatever, go out in the community go to the grocery stores, whatever, please go in the community, make sure, because some people can't go on a website. So I'm just saying, I think it's very important that we go to these supermarkets, public places, radio, TV, to hit the media. Do you also, with all the individuals that are here today, are you guys meeting as partners and having weekly meetings, monthly meetings? Yes or no?
Yes.
Have you had meetings already preparing for this hurricane season?
Yes, Senator. Director
Yes,
Jackson, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Director Jushin, for your responses. Human Services, I had one of my colleagues just ask about, touched on the nursing homes. I'm very concerned for our senior homes. I know generator issues was a big problem. Ms. Henry, can you state yes or no for St. Thomas Queen Louise Nursing Home? Is there an operable generator? Yes or no?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. The generator, yes, with a manual switch.
Herbert Gregg St. Croix.
Herbert Gregg St. Croix is on a loaner to be replaced with its own this coming weekend. The loaner is from the VITEMA properties.
Thank you. Shelter volunteers, do you have those volunteers in place already, or you wait when you see hurricane coming to get your volunteers?
Yvette Henry again, Department of Human Services. We cannot have enough volunteers and do not have enough volunteers. We have our in-house employees through the Department of Human Services, those of the American Red Cross, and we are currently enlisting folks to join, become a part of volunteering through the Department of Human Services.
Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Thank you.
EPW, Assistant Commissioner Jennings, you mentioned in your testimony that your department plays a critical role in disaster preparedness. Yes, 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 in many different ways. I have an issue as Virgin Islanders when we feel like we don't want to take things to Anguilla dump, we dump it in a gut. And that is a very big problem with storm water management. It actually causes a lot of problems down the road where clogging happens. So Public Works, you mentioned that you schedule, Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
You may conclude, Senator.
You mentioned that you have a schedule devised to have cleared high priority areas for your guts. are these major guts that you are addressing first? Because I know that with these major guts, you mentioned, Mr. James, debris is a big problem. Is there any plans for DPW down the road to start looking at larger culverts, bigger swales? Because what we are experiencing are storms we have never experienced before. We should even be happy that our sister island like Totola, who is experiencing serious stormwater issues, are we starting to prepare and bring bigger culverts to accommodate the amount of stormwater that we are seeing? Because this is a serious issue that we in the Virgin Islands, if we start having these continuous storms, we are not prepared to traverse on these roads with how stormwater is impacting us. Assistant Commissioner Jennings, do you have any comments on that?
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Public Works. Yes, thank you for the question. We have been addressing stormwater drainage holistically throughout the territory. We meet with U.S. Army Corps very frequently, at least twice a month, and we have several projects that we're working on with the U.S. Army Corps that involves expanding existing guts and also improving the stormwater drainage and preparing us for that 100-year storm, which seems like we received this year as well. So we are actively working with the U.S. Army Corps.
Mr. Chair, may I ask this one last question as we have Assistant Commissioner Jennings. We have a big problem after a hurricane.
You waiting for the response? You may proceed.
Mr. Chair, because you know I get excited. I'm like this used to be the stormwater queen in DPNR, so I get excited. Arborists, have you ever thought about hiring arborists, or do you have an arborist on your staff at DPW? I think it's very important that we start thinking about tree pruning and tree removals, which will be a big help for us, that when hurricane time comes, that we don't have so many debris and trees in our road. And I think having arborists to start pruning our trees on our major highways, Queen Mary Highway, which these mahogany trees were placed back in the day for our slaves to traverse for shade. We don't need those trees anymore for shade, but we need them to be pruned. Mr. Chair, thank you. I just asked that question to Assistant Commissioner Jennings, if there's any plans for an arborist for tree pruning and tree removal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. Currently, no, we don't have any arborists on board, but we do work along with Department of Agriculture, because they do have an arborist on board. But of course, if we get additional funding, we definitely will look into hiring an arborist on board for Public Works. We're not in opposition.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Thank you for your response. And Senator Capehart, thank you for the push on getting the information out. I like the idea of the boots on the ground and employees getting out to the supermarkets and whatnot, because it's not everyone getting the cell phone messages and whatnot. And I'm truly concerned about the senior registry, but we could continue that conversation offline. Because again, during an emergency, if the cell phones go down and we see, we ain't even in a hurricane emergency now, and we could barely use our cell phones. At times, the whole day, the other day, I couldn't get a call out. So I am truly concerned about what the infrastructure will look like, feel like, etc., if in the event we have an event. I pray not, but we need to look into this, okay? And before I go to Senator Milton Potter, and my staff gave you all a copy of these. You should have gotten a copy. This came from the source. A copy of the graphic locations depicting where the shelters are. So, for instance, on St. Croix, you could see how big the island is. So we could either definitely, I mean, in a perfect world, we could use a lot more, but we could see where we would probably need 3 good shelters in order to have them in areas that will cover Mid-Island, the West, and East. I am concerned about what I'm seeing on St. Thomas and St. John. As look at the one for St. Thomas, actually. It almost appears that the 2 emergency shelter locations are more so on the eastern end of the island. Have we done an assessment to see where most of our residents reside? Because I'm concerned about anything west of where these 2 shelters are. If you look at it, the island map, even from Charlotte to Mali, which would be the midpoint of St. Thomas, even from there go all the way to the most western point, there's nothing, no shelter. So I'm asking that we evaluate these so that we can put these pies in equal share, that again, the concern of Senator Johnson, that these emergency shelters could be accessible to where you reside. And it will be even easier for the police department and the VA fire service who find themselves having to be the ones to do the evacuations. Concur, or you don't, based on what you're seeing?
This is Director Joshin. The maps need to be updated, but we also concur what you're saying, sir.
Okay, and even the one for St. John, see, on the eastern end, almost looking at this, I feel like I know east, west, north, or south, but yes, that's the eastern, that would be the eastern end because the north sign is up there. On the eastern end, there's nothing for those residents either. Everything is down towards the Cruz Bay area. All right, so again, in looking at these, one of the things that I would have been looking at as well is to see, check the demographics and where people reside, and that will tell me as well where I need to have a shelter. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying a shelter is supposed to be to the convenience of anybody to just walk right there to the shelter. That's not what I'm saying. But I would definitely cut the island on St. Croix in a pie of 3, east, west, and mid-island. And the other 2 districts, you could have it in half, but you need to have them spaced out so that you can accommodate those in the west to the mid-island and those in the east towards the mid-island. Concur?
Yes, Director Joshin, concur.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized and followed by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You still online?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on. Okay. You're not on camera here yet, but go ahead. Media, yes, bring them up. Thank you. There you are.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the foresight in having this meeting today. I want to say good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the leadership of our disaster response agencies who, you guys play such a pivotal and critical role in ensuring that life and limb are preserved during what is projected to be a very robust hurricane season 2024. 17 to 25 named storms. I want to say, there's an old saying that goes, there is no need to fear once you prepare. So I'm hopeful and prayerful that we are doing the adequate preparation, both as a government as well as individual citizens here in the Virgin Islands. But I want to start my line of questioning with you, Director Jocelyn. In your testimony, in your presentation, you mentioned that there were some lessons learned from the prior hurricane, the major hurricane of 2017. And I wanted to get you to elaborate just maybe one or two key lessons that was learned from the hurricanes of 2017 that you have incorporated into our 2024 hurricane preparedness plan.
Senator Director Josh, an excellent question. So I'll give you two off the bat. One has to do with the points of distribution being set up with the food and water in Puerto Rico being positioned here in a territory with FEMA. That's a tremendous move in the right direction for us in a territory to have that food and water when we need it. The second has to go back with Department of Health, with Human Services supporting when we transfer patients outside the territory, one, to be able to track them, and two, to set the conditions up when they come back that they are going to get help and support when they return. So again, Senator DeGraff had passed an act or bill, and the governor signed it to basically make sure we have a very good, robust patient movement and evacuation plan. We exercise that plan. Those are some lessons we did not do a very good job in 17, acknowledge that, and we've done a lot of effort this year and past years to make sure that plan is very well managed, maintained, and reviewed, both with us in the territory and our federal partners, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Experience is the greatest teacher. So I'm glad that we gleaned some powerful lessons from that, and we've incorporated that into our plan moving forward. I wanted to ask a little bit about the green waste discussion. I know you mentioned that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has indicated that no green waste will be transported outside of the territory. And I wanted to get a sense from you as to why that is the case. How long have we known this? And really, what are our options? I mean, you mentioned composting as a possible option, but when you're talking about literally hundreds of thousands of yards of green waste, is that a really realistic solution?
Senator Director Josh, so we've had a task force working on this for a little over a year now with the FEMA, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Waste Management Authority, Public Works, VITEMA, to really figure out what we can do with this waste. Last year, unfortunately, we spent 30 days in Bavonia landfill with a vegetation waste fire resulting from green waste that had been removed there from both St. Thomas and St. John into Bavonia, and that was all vegetation waste. We found out when we started this task force, the Corps of Engineers saying, because of diseases, because of no one wanting it, if you will, even talking about other island nations, no one wants that waste. No one's going to pay for that waste. The transport for that waste is extraordinary. So we are having to maintain it here in the territory. The mulching, composting is one option. Farmers would love to work for that and trying to get that done. The other we've talked about is a air burn curtain, which basically is a container that basically you put the green waste in, you separate it so there's no metal or oil in there, and basically you high burn it down to basically ash, and then you can dispose of it after that. That's you can do between 7 to 10 tons an hour with these containers, but we have yet to actually get that demonstration done in territory for Governor Bryan to see the results from that. It's also supposed to be very environmentally safe compared to just open burning. So it's not open burning, it's controlled burning and containing the emissions from that curtain.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. I know you mentioned about fires at the dump last year, and it was green waste. So it is something that is really important, that is critical, and I'm glad that you are focusing your efforts on finding a viable solution. We are in hurricane season right now.
1 minute.
I'm very hopeful that we can come up to a definitive plan before we get too deep into the hurricane season. I wanted to ask the Human Services as well as VIPD regarding just the protocols. Are there specific protocols in place to ensure the safety and security of individuals who are seeking shelter, at our public shelters during the event of a hurricane?
Good afternoon, Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. Thank you, Senator, for the question. VIPD would be a part of our volunteer group or individuals that are going to be on site at each shelter. Protocols to be set and put in place. Individuals are going to be going through the intake process, name and all of that, bags checked, and situated to the general population area of the shelter. We adhere to the rules that are going to be set and put in place, that there's a no strike rule, there's no fighting, no guns, no sort of weapons that are going to be admitted upon person or within the shelter premises, and that is to also include smoking, as we are using a lot of the school premises. There are no smoking on the compound at all. One strike, you're out.
Time.
So as Mr. Chair, if I may just.
You may wrap up.
Okay. With regards to, so there isn't an assigned VIPD, and I'll let the Assistant Commissioner weigh in on this. There isn't any plans to have an assigned VIPD officer at the various shelters during the hurricane season.
Yeah,
and that's a question.
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for the question, Assistant Commissioner Maribrook. So, on the contrary, there will be assigned personnel at each of the shelters. That is part of our. We actually discuss that every week at our ESF 13 meeting. The policy, the protocols that are in place, like Ms. Henry just indicated, those are the specifics, and they are outlined as the individuals come into the shelter. They are made aware, they have to sign off, understanding that these are the rules of the shelter, and then we have officers that actually are assigned throughout the time that they're there at the shelter, as long as that shelter is open.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Commissioner. My final question is to you, Commissioner. So I was very excited to hear about the aerial support system that we have in place, the unmanned drone. Now, I wanted to get a sense for the type of training that those individuals receive. Is there a training protocol for them? The number of personnel that you have working in that unit, and do they have the adequate equipment to effectively carry out their duties?
Thank you again for that question, Assistant Commissioner Brooks. Our drone team consists of several individuals. So we currently, it's a work in progress, let me put it that way. Currently we have several officers across the territory that are going through the Part 107 FAA drone program for licensing to pilot those drones. We have several that currently pilot the drones. Specific equipment, those drones come equipped. They're highly equipped. Once they're trained to fly the drones, reading the data off the drones is quite simple because it's already outlined on the schematic of the control module. So it just, as you know, we utilize those drones over at the fire dump, over at the landfill when we had the fire. That data is downloaded into our system, and then it's fed out appropriately and used as needed. So as far as specialized equipment, the drones are already equipped with all the necessary equipment that we need.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you, sir. You know, that's not a problem. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting here thinking that we should have just done just this alone, because I think we could go all day to get this done just so that we could iron out some things. A lot of us don't go out there in the street wearing our clothes iron. And so therefore, I think that this is something that really needs to have discussion and make sure that we are truly ready to be able to address anything if it should happen. But we're going to continue to pray and pray and pray so that everything that come off the coast could just go elsewhere and just die down. We can't afford a next thing, because we're still trying to recover from 2017. And again, it have to be all of us working together to get things done. Because what we call an emergency today, I can't see how it's an emergency. People still without house roofs on their head, over their heads. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I thought she was coming on the boat, but are you there?
You like repeating that, but
Yeah, but I thought you were coming.
I was. I don't ever miss a chance to come to St. John. But when I got up and I'm getting ready, Wapa decided to cut my lights twice.
Boy,
So
tell
I
me.
was a little bit at a disadvantage this morning. So I decided to just come into the office to make sure I wasn't in the house where power kept going on and off.
Thank you, thank you.
You know, I have to keep my perfect record of not missing any of my committee meetings.
Your time will start now.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. This is a much needed meeting because, as you know, we are heading into the hurricane season. We're already in it, but you know, we're dealing with a lot of other things. We're in a state of emergency for electrical situation. We're already dealing with you know, a very interesting fluctuating weather pattern, whether it's the Sahara dust, whether it's this interesting rain that keeps popping up periodically. So the people are dealing with that a lot. And we talked a little bit about the drainage, and I'm kind of a little bit tired of having that same identical conversation. This is my 4th year in the Senate. And from my very first year, I've asked about the drainage. And I keep getting the same conversation. Some has to do with, some of them have to get engineered differently. Some have to be continuously cleaned, you know. But when are we going to get to a solution that actually works? Because one of my colleagues brought up, for example, behind of Windward Passage Hotel, I own a building behind there. And for about a week, I literally could not access the building because there was a river, a literal river behind there. You could have driven a boat on it. It was interesting. And one of the reasons why I want to just tap into that, and this is part of the reason why we have these unnecessary situations with flooding, is these drainage is very important to how the Virgin Island flows, how water runs off. And when I sit and I watched a senior citizen, this was this lady that lived in the area at the time, and she came out because the whole place was backed up and she couldn't get into her home. And when the water subsided enough that she could come out, I saw her with a little makeshift metal netting that she had her and her grandsons make to go to the drainage and try to cover it up. And I remember when I saw her, you know, just struggling to try to put this little grid in front of this big draining hole. And I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "We do this because the drainage had a grid over it and it would block all the trash from going down the hole." So her and her grandson was trying to put one in because whenever all the trash goes down this big hole, that aids in blocking up the whole area where all the water rises. And I kind of felt sad at the moment because I'm saying people pay a lot of taxes to get basic service. And we come on the Senate floor and we make a lot of excuses for a lot of things, but I never really see final solutions because we're still having the same conversation. And for me, this is my 4th year here. Public Works, what is seriously being done? Because I brought up that particular area multiple times. What is seriously being done overall with the drainage in the territory? Because when hurricanes come and all this flooding happens, we don't recognize that some of the damage that's being done could actually be alleviated if we have these drains working. What's really going on that I'm still having this conversation almost 4 years later?
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So thank you for the question, Senator. So we are addressing, we do have the proposed solution. So a contractor is actively working in the downtown Charlotte-Amalie area to address the drainage situation there holistically. A lot of it is not just cleaning, but it's actually, the actual solution is repairing and actually constructing new drainage. As you know, upland building has greatly affected our drainage situation in the territory. You have people that are building without permits, so then you have the mud that's running into the drainage. And again, like Senator Capehart said, you have people throwing debris into a lot of the guts. We find fridges, stoves in these guts.
Well, what if all of these things are being added to the problem? What type of management, whether do you partner with Waste Management Authority to help, you know, put cameras in areas or communicate? Do they reach out to some of these places? Like, for example, there's a businesses
One
in that
minute.
area and they dump the trash literally in the gut. And that is probably one of the bigger reasons why that particular drainage is drain is always filled. How do you fix problems like that? Because we can't just keep saying, okay, people are throwing trash. We need to do engineering, which I was told 3 years ago. We need to do this. People are working on it, but then you're not seeing any end result. It's just a lot of talk. And the frustration from me when I see constituents or even myself being disenfranchised, it's like, when do we get to see the results? And I think that's where, you know, a lot of people are willing to wait through things. But if you just keep telling me, hold on, hold on, hold on, and I'm not seeing any results at the end of the day, I'm not really believing nothing you're saying anymore.
Time.
And that's where a lot of my concern comes in, especially on behalf of my constituents. We could talk about this all we want to, but
time.
Mr. Chair, could I wrap up? I kind of.
You may.
Thank you. I know I focused a lot on this drainage, but when I see the Virgin Islands constantly flooding out, and this drainage issue is just a top thing, it starts to frustrate me to a point where I think we really need to actually see some action on it. What happens, and this is my final question with this, what happens when it comes to individuals that throw things? Do people get fined? Do you guys send out waste management for them? Can people call the police? Because tiny little things like this is affecting a whole neighborhood. How do we fix this?
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings. So yes, if our team sees someone violating, we definitely would reach out to Waste Management Authority, because they do have enforcement officers, and VIPD if we have to. But just to add clarity to, we do have active projects addressing the drainage situation. We have an active project now on the First Avenue, which addresses a lot of the drainage issue. And like I said previously, you're going to see our contractor in the downtown area working on those trouble areas. They already started, so you'll see that contractor.
Okay, is there a time frame for when it's supposed to be completed so people could anticipate, okay, is it gonna be done in 2 years, a year? What's the time frame?
18 months.
18 months?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the additional time. I will continue to listen and participate.
Thank you, not a problem, and thank you, colleagues, all of you, members of the committee and non-members of the committee, as this is a real important topic. And Senator Francis just made mention to, Francis Heiliger talked about this as being her 4th year in the Senate, and from the time she came in, she was asking about the drainage. That would take us back to 2021 in her first term. So how about I go back a little further to take it back to my 2nd year in my first term of 2014, and you're going to see the disgust that I feel now continuously calling on agencies, and no indictment to this particular administration, but this is why we always talk about having plans in place. And when an administration change, you're supposed to pick up the plan and enhance on the plan that's there and move forward. But when we continue to just throw plans out the door and we continue with the mountain of problems, and it piles up. Media, if you have that first video, this is August 2014 on St. Croix. And VIPD officers on St. Croix, or those of you residing on St. Croix, right by where there's the now solar farm there by Diageo, Old Martin Marietta, and the highway there coming off the hill from Central High School. You have that video for me, media? You could roll it while I'm speaking, and we need to be able to see it on St. John. Okay. So you see that right there? So every time it rains hard, at times VIPD have to go and shut off the road from the East Airport Road and coming west from Hovensa Training School, and shut it down even right there by Bethlehem. You see where the young man now is clearing that, what would you call it, a culvert? Or whatever. It's supposed to be a drainage right there. And that's what clogs up the entire highway when a hard shower rain comes. And I didn't think about videoing it before, but I stood there and I waited there for hours. I meant that I wasn't moving until somebody came to clear this. And when we got that backhoe to come in there, and that's some public works employees and some volunteers that had stopped and came to assist, and it wasn't until we cleared that little drainage there is when all the water started freeing up. And I continue to ask, I am not an engineer, but what should have been above there where the lady and the gentleman in the light blue shirt standing there, right around where he's kicking now, shouldn't there be like a concrete wall there blocking from the debris going down there and totally covering that drainage? That whole thing was nothing but dirt and grass. And that's the problem that I also have with these contractors that we're paying all this money to, that claiming they're doing landscaping and all they're doing is cutting grass. There's a difference between landscaping and cutting grass. And not because we live on an island that we need to look like this. It truly annoys me. I travel, and when I travel elsewhere and I see the nice things and nice places and things, ain't no reason why America's paradise can't be like that. We continue to talk about America's paradise, but we're not having pride in our place. What are we doing with the contractors to ensure that we continue to keep these areas not only pristine, but clear so that we don't see what took place there again? Because they still haven't put that wall that I'm talking about there to avoid that gutter from getting blocked again. And that was August 2014. We're in 2024. What could Public Works tell me about that? And I wish you would just tell me that we will get on it next week or tomorrow.
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings. Yes, I will tell you though. We're going to definitely look at it. I'm going to have our engineers go out and do an assessment. I'll ask them to. Give me the exact location again.
That's on Melvin Evans Highway on the north side. That's heading east. Right after you pass the intersection of Prophet. Right near where WAPA has the solar farm there. Across from Diageo. All right? Again, we need action on these things that are simple. Every time it rains, you have to shut off that main thoroughfare coming from the airport. Imagine if you were to have to shut it off right now. Where are they going? Because the bridge heading towards Bethlehem, coming out from East Airport Road, is totally closed.
Yeah, that's off.
We got to read, spell, and pronounce for everybody around here. Every day I had to call Public Works as well when they were doing the road paving down by Carlton. One lane closed off, and you have a big sign at night saying detour and sending people into the dead end in Carlton. So everybody that came here to visit, that were going to Frederickstead, end up in Carlton, turning around in this dark, dismal area. Don't know where to go. It wasn't a detour. It was one lane closed. And just common sense for somebody to change that sign, that's what happens. The same thing with heading east right in front of the old Hovensa Training School. I spoke about it enough, and I put, well, not even enough, and I put the video up on the screen in a hearing before too. We have to take care of that concrete median that's there right at that intersection. You know what I'm talking about, by the Hovensa Training School? The top of the hill where you could make the left and you go down towards Lorraine Shopping Center. The concrete median there, the concrete median starts off as a ramp, flat on the ground, and rises. There's nothing there to block you from going up there. Tourists took that ramp the other night because it was so dark, and her trying to stay, because they had the barricades on the side of the road, just trying to give the other car next to her room, and plus the oncoming lights at night, you're blinded, you can't see. And her right tire took that ramp, and she ended up completely on top of the concrete median.
Wow.
If we can't see this, and we drive in these roads every day, every night, and we waiting for something to happen, I mean, that's totally ridiculous. I need for our agencies to be a little more proactive in these things so that we don't have these types of accidents occurring on our highways. DHS, quickly, who are your shelter partners? You spoke about shelter partners. Who are they?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. Our shelter partners would include the American Red Cross, the Department of Education, the Division of Sports Park and Recreation, other volunteer VOADs groups, and other church affiliates that volunteer within the shelters that assist,
Great.
and our own employees.
Great. And what was the results of the outcome of the Capstone 2024 exercise? Oftentimes we send in our government employees, and we go into these things, and we getting a wealth of information and not bringing it back. It doesn't do us any good. What was the results or the outcome of the Capstone 2024 exercise?
So the Capstone exercises were held here. The National Hurricane Conference was held in Orlando 2024, and to that, the Department of Human Services, we gain much knowledge of best practices within the Region 2 and other Caribbean islands so that we can implement what worked good for them and what worked good for us, and we share those. The Capstone exercise this year, which was held territory-wide, there were some significant gaps to include not having or may not have enough volunteers to work not only shelters, but the pods. The pod location would...
I want you to stop right there.
Yes.
And you know why I chuckle a little bit? Because we like to call things volunteer, but these is government employees what we paying. Now we still calling them volunteers. And that's why I ask if our employees know who are essential from the jump street. They ain't volunteering, they're getting paid.
And that's correct, sir.
So we need to be clear on this because it is their assignments. So they need to have this ahead of time as well, okay? And again, I'm talking about from experience, that people don't know that their what you call it?
Essential.
Essential employees
Yes.
and whatnot. You know, when everybody started to become essential or wanted to be essential, everybody wants to stay home. But you know when everybody wanted to become
Premium
essential?
pay.
Premium pay.
Premium pay.
Huh? But that's our fault. Again, managers, management, manage. That's what your job is supposed to do. So let's start managing. You spoke to pet sheltering. Are you doing any public service announcements? Again, I like the idea from Senator Capert and getting out there and getting to the supermarkets and whatnot. But ahead of time, all during the hurricane season, we should be hearing public service announcements, seeing videos and whatnot during TV commercials and whatnot. We need to get the word out ahead of the emergency so that if in the event of an emergency, we don't have chaos going on, because it will almost come second nature. We got to get the information out. Agree?
Yeah. Agreed.
So can I get the commitment from the agencies that you will look to that? And of course, Director Joshin, you will take the lead on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
We have started as well too, Senator.
Thank you. And you spoke to Act 8058 that mandates Human Services to maintain the senior registry. I think the Senate President and the Senate Minority Leader spoke to that. You stated that before, during, and after the storm, the team utilizes a mass messaging system, right?
Yes, sir.
Which that's where I have concerns, the mass messaging system. What happens if the system shuts down? How is this done? And when was this done last that you touch base with them?
The messaging system is done through Vitima that will send out the mass text, whether it's text or a voice message to the seniors that are on the registry. And usually ahead of the storm, that listing, as it is a live document, is sent to Vitima for them just to do that.
Okay, we'll have a conversation as well after, because again, I'm not comfortable and I'm truly concerned for our senior population. Fire and emergency medical service, is there a special shift in place for during and or after hurricane? Or do you follow the regular scheduling?
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Stevens, Emergency Fire and Emergency Medical Service. As stated in my opening testimony, what we do is double up shifts. So instead of running 4 shifts, we run in 2 shifts.
You run 2 shifts. And I ask that because with the now EMS attachment to the agency, fire personnel now are probably being used to even drive the ambulance and whatnot. So if they're assisting with that, who assists with the evacuations? Because I know that oftentimes evacuation falls squarely on VIPD and the VI Fire Service. How are we handling that?
So, Senator, that's the intent with doubling up the shifts, basically bringing in more manpower to be able to assist the community where those needs are. If anyone can remember back in 2017, like someone stated, we were the ones who were assisting in shelter operations, pod operations, and supporting the Department of Health.
You're absolutely correct. I was the one that said that because I was right there. And in 2017, the EMTs weren't under fire. So this is why I'm asking now that I know that it could be depleted, because you will have some that will be driving the ambulance, whether or not we have it in place. So you're saying you're doubling up on the shift, and we could have a conversation thereafter. I wouldn't continue to beat that. So DPW, and then I'm going to wrap it up here. Drainage, page 3. You spoke about the drainage, but guess what? You didn't tell us what that schedule is in the drainage, and that's why I showed you that one, because it's still a problem. Other senators told you that there's a problem in other areas. The vice chair even spoke to sewage running in the streets on St. Thomas. I'm sorry that waste management isn't here. You could blame me for that one. You spoke about sandbag distribution as well on page 3. You said you refer to at these locations, and you continue. But I don't recall hear you saying what the locations were. And that's what I tell people when you're reading a document, don't assume that the reader knows what you're talking about. You refer to at these locations, but never stated what the locations were. And that's another area that I don't want for the community to, during the right up on the storm, that everybody flock into one area to get these sandbags. It should be known ahead of time where the sandbag distributions are. So again, include that in the PSAs and the commercials, Vitima and Public Works. And lastly, you spoke to route clearance. Are there any PSAs being done or planned to be done on air? And this should be throughout the hurricane season. Are you doing anything on that? Because again, the road clearance is important. After any storm, the only people that should be on the road should be public work, law enforcement, trying to assess all our roads. And everybody wants to come out and see what's going on. This ain't no time for gapping. You could get hurt. So what's the plan for public service announcements regarding road clearance?
This is Director Josh, and yes, that is part of what we talk about with curfew going in place and telling individuals to stay indoors until Governor Bryan has, sunset to sunrise. But yeah, first responders, and that's part of our normal public service announcements we will put out in press briefings, Senator.
Okay. And definitely lastly, the infrastructure restoration that you spoke about. And in there, specifically in number 3, line E, you spoke about emergency generator service and maintenance. I didn't get to finish write down my thoughts on that. But infrastructure, again, going back to the Senate President and the Senate Minority Leader, we have to make sure and ensure that our first responders are taken care of so that they can be able to take care of the community. I want to thank everyone for their participation. Thank all the agencies for the information that you brought forward. And we're going to wrap this up now so that we can bring in the other set of testifiers, because eventually folks are going to be saying they got to catch the boat to go back. So thank you all. I'll give you a quick 30-second wrap up. Director Joshin.
Thank you, Senator. Director Joshin from my team. This is a team effort. Whether it's the Senate, whether it's the agencies, whether it's federal responders or individuals, we've got to come together and prepare, stay informed, and be vigilant. So I think this is a great start, Senator. I appreciate the comments and feedback. We have more work to do, and I appreciate us letting come together and present to the community where we are today in hurricane preparedness.
Thank you. And you notice I didn't ask you about those sirens that went missing and before. I still want to know where they're at. Assistant Commissioner of the APD.
Hey, good afternoon, Senator, again to the listening audience. Thank you again for the opportunity. On behalf of myself, Commissioner Ray Martinez, and the rest of the Virgin Islands Police Department, we're here, we're ready, we stand ready to support you and the remaining members of the community in our efforts. Thank you. Again, have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Jennings, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon again. I want to thank the senators for your feedback. We will take everything into consideration. We want the community to be rest assured that Public Works is ready to address all challenges as soon as we can. I want to thank the employees of the Department of Public Works from Commissioner Gabriel as well. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Fire Director Stevens.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator, and the viewing audience. Really and truly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. And I want everyone to understand that the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service stands ready and prepared to assist this community. The men and women that you see before you, that's what I charge them to do, and we promise that it doesn't matter what our internal situations are. We are here to serve and to take care of this community to the best of our ability, and we stand by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and I intentionally left the rose amongst the thorn for last. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. On behalf of Commissioner Avril E. George, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to alert the public as to what is happening as we prepare for the 2024 season. We cannot prepare enough. And again, thank you.
Thank you so much, and I also want to thank the chiefs, the fire chiefs and the police chiefs and deputy chiefs for being here with us and being a part of this process. You didn't have much to say because your agency heads kind of took the lead. And, you know, I really embrace this conversation because I don't like to see chaos during an emergency. And like the Senate President said as well, we've been through this enough times that it could almost come second nature, that we know exactly what we need to do. So again, what I'm asking for is communication and collaboration amongst not only amongst the agencies, but for you to get the information out to the public, who is key for your process to look like it's going seamless. If you have a plan and the operators don't know about the plan, or the folks don't know the plan, then it's just as good as having none. You will have nothing but chaos. Again, thank you all so much, and the committee is now 2 o'clock. We're going to take a 15-minute recess and return right back here. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, June 11, 2024, is on recess for 15 minutes. Sorry.
Angela.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 is back on record. I apologize for the delay. Just so the public could know, we had a little tart war going on. And I know they're supposed to be coming up sometime in the near future. They're supposed to have this tart war official competition. I don't know when. Maybe we'll hear it from the Division of Festivals sometime today. But just so you know, we brought some tarts from St. Croix, and we had coconut, guava, and pineapple. And overwhelmingly, pineapple took it, followed by guava, which I am team guava, by the way, and then the coconut. We still had a coconut dragging behind, but the winner was the pineapple. So congratulations, at least to the pineapple lovers. All right, now on to the business. Madam Clerk, can you read the second? And I apologize to you all in the St. Croix chambers and those online. But those in the St. Croix chambers could drive right down and get the tart and the coconut drop. But Madam Clerk, can you just read the second block into the record, and then we'll proceed to the introduction of the testifiers before us and proceed into the discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, St. John Celebration Safety and Security Update. This update intends to provide an overview of safety and security efforts ahead of this year's St. John Celebration events. Information provided will include road closures, parking restrictions and accommodations, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, trash removal and containerization, and other related matters. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the VI Police Department, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the VI Department of Public Works, the Honorable Joseph Pasholti, Commissioner of VI Department of Tourism, Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the VI Department of Health, and Roger E. Merritt, Jr., Executive Director of the VI Waste Management Authority. That concludes the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence with this block?
No correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Hearing none, I don't think we have any testifiers online or in the St. Croix chamber. So from my left, going to the right, I'll just ask you to pull the mic directly to you. Tell us your name, title, and agency you're representing, please. Please recognize the testifiers' mic here in the St. John conference room.
Senator. Good day, Senator. My name is Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Welcome to St. John.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wilbur Francis, the Director of Enforcement at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Likewise, welcome to St. John.
Good afternoon, Senator. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner.
They didn't hear the first part, man. You need to say that.
Good afternoon, beautiful people of the United States Virgin Islands. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
I like that. Thank you. Welcome to St. John.
Good afternoon, Senator Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for the Division of Festivals, Department of Tourism.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Leona Smith, Assistant Director, St. John Division of Festivals.
And you following little brother's instruction, and you were supposed to pull that mic. You got it farthest from you. So as we provide, I mean, as we go to the discussion, make sure that the mic is directly in front of you, because earlier we had a problem with folks hearing on the internet. Ma'am, waste management.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheena Georgie Sanderson. I am the transfer station and collections manager for St. John.
Good, welcome.
Thank you.
Home.
Listen, good afternoon, Senator Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Why your deputy laughing at you?
You said Senator. Never mind. Good afternoon, Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief St. John.
Thank you. I guess you'll share the joke after. Mr. Turnbull, Director, you lead in the testimony. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm sorry. And just for your knowledge, in Block 2 over on St. Croix, we have Senator Johnson. On that end, we have Senate President Noble Francis. We had Senator Keepart. And online were Senators Alma Francis Heiliger and Milton Potter. All right? So just for your knowledge. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator. Homeland Security, Justice, Public Safety Committee Chairman, the Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, committee members, and senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Ian Turnbull, Director of the Division of Festivals on the Department of Tourism. Today I will be testifying on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Bashelti, who is unable to attend today's hearing. Pursuant to your invitation, Assistant Director Leona Smith and I are here to provide clarity regarding the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festivals planning of the safety, security, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, operational planning, and collaborative efforts for the 2024 70th anniversary of the St. John celebration. Since May 8th, 2024, and beyond then, the Department of Tourism executive team, including Festivals Assistant Directors Leona Smith, Shamari Haynes, Halva Hart III, and I have hosted several interdepartmental planning meetings with representatives from the U.S. Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreations, Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Virgin Islands Port Authority and TSA, the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Health. Priority topics during these meetings focus on event logistics, community health and safety, and location preservation for all Division of Festivals-led events, including the Prince and Princess pageants, Queen Show, boat race, panorama, food fair, Juve, the 4th of July parade, and fireworks display. Separately, the Department of Tourism team met with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to plan and outline the installation of utilities for the village booths and staging following our meetings. We have confirmed, and following our meetings, we have a confirmed timeline for the power connection that aligns with all other required inspections in anticipation of the village opening date, which is June 28th, 2024. Department has secured 2 local vendors to secure and service portable restrooms. 7 stalls will be placed near the Celebration Village and 7 stalls at the food fair venue. And 7 stalls or single units along the parade route designated for public use. These portable restrooms facilities will supplement existing public restrooms managed by the Department of Public Works. As we finalize the intricate details for this year's event, our department will continue to engage in cross-departmental partisanship to execute and finalize the necessary procedures and tactics to foster a seamless celebration. From restroom accessibility in the village to Juve, crowd control, and boat race access, the Department of Tourism and our counterparts are dedicated to facilitating a world-class 70th celebration that is not only fun and memorable, but safe. organized, and within all cited regulations. In closing, we want to thank Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Esquire, Commissioner Bushelty, and all adjacent departmental associates, commissioners, members of the Senate, our committed volunteers, and my phenomenal colleagues at the Department of Tourism for their unwavering commitment to elevating the U.S. Virgin Islands, our culture, and our traditions. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And next up, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins. Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, members of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District, representing the Honorable Ray A. Martinez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. I am here this afternoon to provide an overview of the department's preparation for the upcoming St. John 4th of July celebration. Our preparations underscore our shared commitment to ensuring the safety and the security of our community during this significant event. The St. John 4th of July celebration, a highlight of the United States Virgin Islands cultural calendar, is more than just a festivity. It is a vibrant expression of our rich cultural heritage and a significant contributor to our local economy. Attracting tourists from around the world, the celebration history is deeply interwoven with the story of our island, showcasing our unique tradition and the spirit of our people. We are honored to host this prestigious event here in St. John, an event that not only elevates these islands, but also highlights our capacity to manage high-profile events with utmost efficiency and top-notch security. While the safety of our community members and guests is a collaborative effort involving our federal and local counterparts, the VIPD plays a pivotal role in ensuring that every citizen and visitor enjoy a safe and protective celebratory environment. It is imperative to note that the specifics of our operational plans are sensitive and must remain confidential to ensure their effectiveness. However, I can assure this committee that our strategies are comprehensive, innovative, and tailored to address the unique challenges of such a large-scale and high-profile event. At the forefront of our operational plan is the deployment of our centralized real-time information center, a state-of-the-art hub that serves as our on-site communication and monitoring hub. These advanced setups allow for instantaneously response and access to real-time surveillance of the celebration venues and immediate areas, dispatch capabilities, and comprehensive communication channels. For the duration of the event, we will be deploying temporary cameras utilizing our drone resources, mobile surveillance camera system, and various forms of digital equipment, enhancing our surveillance capabilities and ensuring a wide coverage of the downtown Cruise Bay area as well as the surrounding communities with foot patrol. The synergy between the real-time information center and the off-site camera center is crucial as they operate both independently and in tandem, providing redundant systems that ensure uninterrupted monitoring and rapid response to any situation. Reflecting on last year's event, our proactive approach and technological advancements lead to several significant successes. Notable among these were the arrest of individuals in possession of illegal firearms. These interventions made possible by our vigilant officers and advanced surveillance prevented potential escalations and maintained the overall peace of the celebration. Our strategy of blending boots on the ground with digital surveillance has proven to be effective, enabling us to intervene promptly in altercations and maintain a safe environment for all attendees. The success of our operation hinged on the unwavering dedication and expertise of our VIPD officers. Their commitment to public safety, especially during such large-scale events, is highly commendable. Our officers undergo diverse types of recurrent training, ensuring they are well-equipped to manage the complexity and challenges of event security. The diligence and professionalism displayed by our team are a testament to their commitment to safeguarding our community and upholding the law. As we prepare for this year's celebration, we have the utmost confidence in the abilities of our officers to effectively execute our plan, thereby increasing overall efficiency and ensuring a safe and enjoyable experience for everyone involved. Looking ahead, the Virgin Islands Police Department remains dedicated to continuous improvement and innovation in our security strategies. We are committed to exploring and implementing modern technologies and methodologies that enhances our capabilities to further public safety. This commitment extends beyond celebration as we strive to maintain a high standard of security and peace in our community throughout the year. We pledge to continue engaging with our community, stakeholders, and federal partners to foster a collaborative approach towards a safer and more secure environment for all. I wish to reaffirm the Virgin Islands Police Department's unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of our community. These events are not merely celebration. They serve as a testament to our resilience, unity, and cultural pride. As we engage the various 4th of July activities, let us do so with mindfulness and responsibility. Let us watch out for one another and promptly report any suspicious activity to law enforcement. By being each other's guardian, we can foster an environment of trust and security. By adhering to these precautions, in addition to this event, we can ensure that events across the territory remain safe and secure for all. Before concluding, I must express my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the police officers and supervisors of the VIPD for their dedication and steadfast commitment to policing our community throughout the year. Through our efforts, everyone can enjoy a safe and joyous occasion. Thank you. The team and I are now available to address any questions that you may have. Attached herewith is a copy of the Juve and Parade route for the celebration for your preview. Thank you.
So you think the public could see the attach? Well, sir, Papa. That's what you just say, right? He said the information is attached. Next up, we'll hear from the Department of Health. Try it one more time.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety.
And I want you to, you could even take the mic out if you feel comfortable with it, but I want you to have it close to you.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Honorable Ray Fonseca, Vice Chair, committee members, all non-committee members, and the viewing and listening audience. Good day, beautiful people. I am Ruben Malloy, an Assistant Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. I am presenting this testimony on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Justa Tita Encarnacion. Also representing the Virgin Islands Department of Health is Dr. Nicole Craigle Sims, Assistant Commissioner, and Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the status of the Virgin Islands Department of Health Environmental Health event planning regarding safety and sanitation, to include the oversight of food vendor inspections, environmental assessments to monitor waste management, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, and collaborative efforts ahead of this year's St. John celebration. On April 4th, the Virgin Islands Department of Health provided this committee with a similar update ahead of the St. Thomas Carnival. The Virgin Islands Department of Health Environmental Health Division maintains a close partnership with the Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals and the VI Police Department to oversee all aspects pertaining to safety, environmental cleanliness, vendor permitting, and environmental surveillance during carnivals, festivals, celebrations, and similar events. Our collaboration involves weekly meetings inclusive of the Waste Management Authority and the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. These meetings occurred before the 2024 St. Thomas Carnival and continue in our efforts to ensure a safe 4th of July St. John celebration and remain helpful in troubleshooting and problem solving at each site or venue to mitigate any emergencies. The most recent meeting, which was held on May 27th, included the booth owners. Food safety protocols were discussed. The Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals will provide us with a comprehensive listing of vendors and their respective locations for each event, which will be meticulously recorded in our health space database for tracking and medical surveillance purposes. During the celebration, our enforcement officers and inspectors will be diligently covering and monitoring key events such as the Village, Juve, and Parade. Their primary focus will be on ensuring safe food handling, preparation, and compliance with time and temperature control measures. It is imperative to highlight that all food vendors must obtain permits from the Virgin Islands Department of Health to operate any food establishment, whether mobile, stationary, temporary, or permanent. This requirement applies irrespective of whether food consumption occurs on or off the premises and regardless of any associated charges. The Food Donation Act does not apply. To facilitate compliance, each food vendor subject to inspection receives a self-inspection checklist covering essential requirements for operating temporary food establishments, including hygiene practices, food sourcing, storage, contamination prevention, and proper use of utensils. Furthermore, in addition to health permits, all individuals operating within the confines of a temporary food establishment are required to possess valid health cards, which must always be displayed. Additionally, individuals must provide laboratory results demonstrating negative tests for parasites. Alternatively, individuals holding a valid ServSafe certificate may submit a copy of their certificate in lieu of the laboratory results to the Virgin Islands Departments of Health Environmental Health Offices located at the John S. Moorhead Yard on St. Thomas, Morris de Castro Clinic on St. John, and number 54 Estate Castle Coakley on St. Croix, so that we can validate said credentials. Department of Health Division of Environmental Health is committed to ensuring the safety, cleanliness, and regulatory compliance of the upcoming St. John celebration. Through our collaborative efforts with the Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals and other key stakeholders, and with the members of the 35th Legislature, we aim to facilitate an enjoyable, secure experience for all participants and attendees. The department is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality, equitable health care, and enforcing health standards. This concludes our testimony. We stand ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. I want to move to the next testimony, but I think I just missed something and I don't have your testimony in front of me. You spoke about where to get the health cards from in St. Croix and St. Thomas. Did you say where in St. John?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Repeat
Morris
that.
de Castro Clinic.
Okay. Next up, we'll hear from Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, Committee Chair, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee Senators present, non-committee senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, appearing on behalf of Commissioner H. Natalie Hodge. And today, I am joined by Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, and Deputy Commissioner Myrna George. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to update you on the Department's preparations for the upcoming 2024 St. John's celebration. Today, we aim to highlight the DLCA's efforts in vendor education and regulation, operational strategies, and our collaborative initiatives to ensure a vibrant and seamless celebration. In public celebrations such as carnivals, festivals, and other significant events, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs traditionally collaborates closely with the Virgin Islands Police Department, which holds the authority under Title 19 VIC Section 2046 to issue special permits for activities at these gatherings. It is our standard practice to facilitate cultural expressions, allowing food and beverage vendors and other cultural participants to engage fully, given they have received the necessary permissions from the requisite committee, Carnival Committee, and the VIPD. In concert with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the DLCA has committed its resources to bolster the police presence, acting as force multipliers to counteract potential shortages of law enforcement personnel. Our enforcement officers, operating under the VIPD's guidance, will diligently perform compliance checks daily throughout the celebration. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs also engaged the Department of Tourism Division of Festivals and is dedicated to ensuring the vendors receive relevant information relative to the St. John celebrations. Our mission is to ensure all vendors are properly licensed or permitted and adhere strictly to the terms of their agreements. Additionally, our enforcement officers will tackle the prevention of unauthorized or illicit commercial activities. To mitigate these risks and uphold public safety, the DLCA is intensifying efforts to ensure all entities involved in the production and or sale of alcoholic beverages comply with rigorous licensing and labeling standards. We're issuing graphic signs to vendors, launching public service announcements geared towards sale or service of alcohol to minors, and emphasizing the necessity of registering with the DLCA and the requirement of ensuring proper labeling, which must include a government warning, alcohol percentage, volume, and manufacturer details for all alcoholic products sold publicly. As of 2024, as the 2024 St. John's celebrations approaches, rest assured that the Enforcement Division and Alcohol Unit will be vigilant. We will work with our partner agencies to ensure compliance with the laws of the Virgin Islands and will assist with prioritizing the safety and well-being of all the celebration participants. Today, we simply want to say thank you once more for the opportunity to share our initiatives and preparations for a safe and successful St. John's celebration. We remain available to address any questions or further discussions that you may wish to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Next up, we'll hear from the Department of Public Works.
Good day. Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Ruben Jennings, and I am the Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the department's involvement in preparing for the upcoming St. John celebration. Department of Public Works staff met with Division of Festival Committee members, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. As such, DPW has plans to repair potholes along the parade route in the upcoming weeks. The department will also provide barricades for use during the parade and construct the governor's reviewing stand. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony regarding the department's involvement. I am available to answer any questions.
That's it? Well, my recommendation is for us to use the whole island as a parade route. Get all the pothole them fixed. Waste management, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson, and other committee members of the 35th Legislature Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and members of the viewing and listening audience. My name is Sheena Georgie Sanderson, and I am the Transfer Station and Collections Manager of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority on St. John. I am appearing before you today on behalf of Executive Director Roger E. Merritt, Jr. to provide testimony relevant to the authority's cleanup plans and collaborative efforts ahead of this year's St. John celebration, such as pickup from the curbside, trash removal, trash containerization, and safety and security measures. The Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority is responsible for trash collection and removal from all venues where activities are held by the Virgin Islands Festival Committee. The responsibilities of the authority for St. John's celebration are as follows. We will prepare to clean the village area, the adult and children village. This includes the placement of a 20-yard bin for the boot owners to dispose of their trash, and cleaning and sweeping of the Cruise Bay parking lot area and all the areas where the festival will be taking place. We also place 64-gallon carts next to each booth and other strategic locations in the parking lot, as well as along the outer perimeter of the village for trash disposal by the revelers. Every morning by 6 a.m., the entire Cruise Bay area is cleaned and ready for the next working day. Hybrid, which is a contractor, will provide the roll-on, roll-off truck, and they will be taking the 20-yard bin each day and emptying it and replacing it for the following evening. The vendor for the oil, the used oil placed, will be placed in the area next to the public restroom. These used igloos can hold a total capacity of up to 1,000 gallons of oil, and when the igloo is full, the vendor will be called to pump and collect the oil. For each of the events, Waste Management Authority will be there to clean up and make sure that the area is ready to go for the next working day as well. Our enforcement department will be supporting the St. John's celebration activities throughout the duration. The waste management enforcement officers and inspectors are tasked with contacting all the vendors at the festival village to ensure that proper waste disposal is adhered to. The waste management officers will be in full force walking throughout the village, providing coverage and assistance to the VIPD officers. Any illegal dumping caught by the waste management officers will result in a $1,000 citation. Village vendors will be responsible for ensuring their waste is properly disposed of at the bin designated for their use at the village and not at the residential bin sites. Inspectors will be monitoring the cameras and officers will be patrolling the bin sites to ensure there is no illegal dumping taking place. Any boot owners caught dumping at the bin site will be issued the $1,000 citation. For our wastewater section, we have a pump truck on St. John, and in case the power goes out, we have a backup Thompson pump and a backup line that will go straight to the treatment plant. I close by sincerely thanking the authority's hardworking staff for their dedication and commitment to not only their day-to-day jobs, but in supporting the future vision of the authority along with our contractors who assist us in keeping the territory clean. I would also like to thank the Brian Roach administration and the members of the 35th Legislature for their support as we continue to address public health and safety issues related to solid waste and wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal. This concludes my testimony, and I remain available to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony, and we will go right into the discussion. I think we've covered all testifiers, correct? All right. That noted, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Who could I check with? The dock right now has been split in half, and we're getting ready for a large influx of people. The docks come under who, Port Authority or? Yeah. Okay, so I just wonder if there are going to be any additional accommodations made at the dock for the large influx of people coming into St. John and also leaving at the same time with what's taking place now. Good afternoon.
Please recognize the testifiers' mics. It's not on yet. It's not on yet. Try now.
Go home my time, please.
Don't worry about your time.
Good.
You know you're good.
Port Authority is expected to complete the construction on the dock and the taxi area by June 22nd, hopefully. So they are planning to have everything completed before the carnival starts.
Okay, good. Will the additional law enforcement officers, waste management, licensing, will they be wearing uniforms?
Just raise your hand when you're gonna do it, because the media don't know who is who, so that they could know where you at. It'll be easier.
Testing.
Yes.
Yeah. Wilbur Francis, on behalf of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Yes, DLC's officers will be fully dressed.
Full uniform. Okay. And try again. Over here.
And remember to remember to identify yourselves when you speak for the stenographer that's working remotely.
Good afternoon, Senator. Sheena Georgie Sanderson, Waste Management Authority. The enforcement officers will be wearing their uniforms.
Okay, good. Department of Health, are there any health concerns? Because I was told COVID is on the rise in some issues, but I don't know, are there any health concerns to be aware of at this time?
No, we continue to promote taking protective measures to avoid any spread of those.
Okay, I asked that because I know VIPD put out for St. Thomas Carnival in terms of not wearing masks. No mask is one of the issues that they're putting out. So I just wonder if someone comes up with a mask on hey, they want to protect themselves in the crowds, would that be an issue?
No.
No, I'm saying,
It's
but still, a mask over your face in that aspect.
It's a personal choice at
Okay.
this point in time. So if you choose to wear masks, you can wear masks.
Excuse me, remember to speak directly into the mics because the stenographer needs to hear you, okay? We have media turning up the volume and that's why we're hearing the echoing, but it's because you guys are not speaking directly into the mic.
Okay. Okay, and also, are you making any preparation for any water points because of the excessive heat, especially during the day of all events? Is that a part of what we're planning for?
1
Department of Health,
minute.
no. The festival committee, no.
Interim Board Director for Division of Festivals, no.
Okay. The public restrooms, do we have a cleaning schedule as to how often they be cleaned? And where are the locations of them? Where would they be placed?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we will have a 7-star that's going to be located near the Battery.
Okay.
It's normally in that location. There's also the public restrooms that are right there as well. The public restrooms, I cannot speak for the cleaning schedule. I know in previous years, 1 or 2 years past, we managed that schedule. So they're there from about 6 p.m. in the evening, and they go through up until about 2 o'clock. With the 7 stars, they're on guard for the whole night. You know, once we're having an activity, we have a cleaning crew that's there with the bathrooms.
2 final, Mr. Chair. Our Juve, we normally have some rides that is offered for individuals who may be a little intoxicated. Any of that, would that be provided for any event? Any ride assistance for individuals who may be intoxicated and we don't want them to drive?
I know in St. Thomas, that's done by a private company, Bellows International. If they would like to assist us with that, sure, yeah, if they're listening. But no, Division of Festivals does not have that set situated. I know a lot of the individuals coming to Juve will go back on a 15-minute ferry. Fingers crossed, they sober up.
Okay, and finally, to get to St. John, you got to come through Red Hook, what normally has a TSA or custom checks. What are some of the requirements that people should know when traveling to come to St. John Festival so they don't not come because of these issues? What are the requirements?
I'll let Leona Smith, Assistant Director, speak to that, and then VIPD, I think.
Smith. Well, the requirements thus far is just a regular ID, but like I have VIPD speak on behalf of their searches at Red Hook and St. John.
Good afternoon, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District. We're not doing the searches. We actually have security personnel and TSAs will be at the dock. Not VIP doing a search, but those individuals. Of course, no weapons allowed. Firearms, knives, anything are not allowed to come on the boat to come to St. John to have a good time. I know individuals have their personal firearms and they want to walk with it. No. Keep your firearm home in your house and come out to St. John and have a good time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And, because it's going to be questionable, I'm going to ask. So a person licensed to carry living in the St. Thomas, St. John district, you're saying that they're not allowed, they won't be permitted to traverse to St. John with their firearm? No. Recognize the chief's mic, please.
Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District again. If you reside on St. John, you need to leave your firearm St. John. Basically, it's based on the boat captain. If he wants you to come on that boat with a firearm, he can allow you to. But most of the time, we've been doing this for quite some time, you're not allowed to come on a firearm because when individuals are drinking and smoking, it's a bad mixture, and they don't have common sense sometimes. So we try not to have individuals come with their firearms at all to these events.
Thank you for your response. Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognize.
Point of information.
Before I recognize Senator Franklin Johnson, point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Hi. Good afternoon. I just need some
I just
clarity
said
on
before, one second. I just said before I recognize you, Senator Johnson. One second, since she's online. Go ahead, Senator.
I need some clarity on what is being said to the public right now. The District of St. Thomas, St. John is one district. And when you get a firearm license, it does cover the both islands. So I understand what you're speaking about at times with alcohol. That could be for any island, whether they're physically on Thomas or they're physically on St. John. So is this a personal policy or is this how the law is set up? Because I'm very much confused about this.
Well, Senator, I'm encouraging everyone who has a firearm license not to come with their firearms to these events.
Okay. So this is a personal encouragement. Okay, because I just didn't understand. Because, for example, in New York, you might live on Staten Island, but you're still part of New York. And if you have a license, you traverse back and forth with it. So that's why I didn't understand what you were saying. You're encouraging people not to do it because of the environment that it might have alcohol. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. I don't concur or agree with what the Assistant Commissioner Chief is saying. And I'm going to speak from a law enforcement position. As a retired law enforcement, I can travel any place between the United States with my firearm. And I think going to St. John one time, I kind of ran into that, and I had to make it clear, you cannot disarm a law enforcement officer or a retired law enforcement officer. And that's not Frankie Johnson law. That was passed by President, I think it's Bush, one of the Bush them. Quite sure it was President Bush. Because of something of this nature happened when someone traveled from one state to the next, a law enforcement officer, and ran into someone that he had conflict with from the other state. Guy lost his life. So please, when you are putting out these information, be very clear about it. Be very clear about it. Because if I'm traveling with my licensed firearms, no one is going to stop me from traveling and violate my rights as a U.S. citizen. So let's make sure that we explain those things very clear. Thank you very much.
That's your 4 minutes?
Of information.
No, it was your 4 minutes. I tell you, you were recognized for your 4 minutes.
That could never be my 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Anyway, I don't have no questions for the Department of Tourism because I will wait till they come to the Finance Committee. But I wanted to ask the Department of Health, how many inspectors do you have? For food?
Good afternoon, Winston Harris, Director of Environmental Health. In the St. Thomas St. John district, we have 2 inspectors and 1 enforcement officer.
And how do you go out the department ensure that all food vendors will have valid health cards? And you said 2 and 3 total?
On the St. Thomas St. John district, yes. We actually have planned to deploy additional.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to make sure I hear from you because I don't think what you have is sufficient. So I'm appreciated to hear that. And I think the Department of Public Safety might need to help me on this. With all the power outage that we're having, are we planning to stage additional lighting in the area of the dock in Red Hook and in the area in the dock on Cruise Bay? Because we've been going through, not we, but the St. Thomas St. John district been going through a lot of power outage. What are the backup plans for these events with extra lighting?
1 minute.
Good afternoon, Senator Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police, St. Thomas, St. John Water District. Yes, Senator, we have those portable lights out in the different areas. We also have our live view cameras that have lights on them also too. So they'll be also in the different areas in the Cruise Bay area for this event. And for the last 6 weeks, yes, we've been out of power almost every day in the St. Thomas, St. John district.
And whilst you're on, did you understand clearly what I spoke about when it's in regards to law enforcement and their licensed firearms?
Correct, Senator. Yes, I did.
Thank you very much for that too. Now, to the Department of Tourism, I guess I will ask you this about your backup generator for the village itself and additional backup lighting for the village if power do happen to go.
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I'm good. Yeah, so we've actually started that process to procure extra lighting in the village, as well as we know that we do have a generator for the stage and so forth, but we are looking into some support for additional generators because we do know that there is issue with our power grid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further question at this time.
Thank you, Senator. I know that discussion was going to be a little hairy, and we need to be clear on it, because even me as a retired law enforcement officer myself ran into a situation at the airport. And whether it's the airport or the seaport, at any port, when you're traveling with a firearm, it must be declared. It must be declared, not just to go on to the aircraft or onto the water vessel to travel with your firearm. So we have a level of responsibility as well as firearm license carriers to follow, and I will suggest that we familiarize ourselves with the do's and don'ts of traveling with a firearm when utilizing any port, whether it's a seaport or the airport. And I will ask you all, because that's what I was asking earlier too about PSAs, public service announcements. One thing I must say is that the police department did an excellent job on your public service announcements during the carnival celebrations on St. Croix and the festival celebration on St. Croix and the carnival celebration on St. Thomas. And I expect the same for St. John. And in this case, I would encourage you all to get the proper guidance from TSA if they're doing these checks at the seaport, and get the information out there so that we don't run into a problem where we're violating anyone's rights. We understand we're doing what we're doing for the safety and well-being of the public. At the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure that we get the information out. Understood? Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon. Yes. Okay, I just wanted to, Director Turnbull, just get some schedules for the community to get out there. So the boat schedules now, what is going to be the schedule for the boats between St. Thomas and St. John? What's the schedule?
Good afternoon, Senator. I'll pass that question on to my Assistant Director, Ms. Leona Smith.
Leona Smith, in regards to the ferry vessels, after 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., once the ferries are full, they will keep going. So they won't have any schedule at that time. Once they are full, they will leave.
Okay, good. I just want to let people know that it's supposed to be round the clock. Okay, good. So before we did the St. Thomas Carnival, you made the announcement that you're going to be checking for selling of alcohol and so to minors. So I think you should do that announcement here so that the booth owners can know, to be aware that you're going to be checking it. We want everybody to be in compliance. So it's the same thing applies.
Ian Trumbull. Yes, Senator, that is correct. We've been working diligently with the DLCA team, and we want to make sure that all booth owners, all vendors, and frankly, all businesses know and comply with the law to not sell alcohol to minors. And if they do, they will be fined. And I'll let DLCA speak to those fines. But yeah, we've had that in big discussion.
Okay, good. On the chair's time, you can speak to that if the chair permit. But I got some other questions. I got some other question here because I only got 4 minutes. Okay, so what is the I know it's $2,500 for a booth in St. Thomas. What's the booth fee in St. John?
Leona?
In St. John, Leona Smith, St. John is $1,500.
Okay, 1,500. Okay, good. And of course, you know the Queen Show. We always want to know when the Queen Show is. What's the date for the Queen Show?
June 22nd.
June 22nd. Okay,
And
good.
the Princess and the Junior Miss is on June 16th.
Okay, so now VIPD Phillips, we want to go back now. You mentioned the possession of illegal firearms. You want the public to know that we're going to be doing spot searches, etc., on the illegal firearms, because you know it's very important that we control, you know, these illegal guns. So give me some more details on, you know, what you want the public to be aware of regarding illegal firearms.
Good afternoon again, Senator Stephen Phillips, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water District. The VIPD continuously do initiative. We're going to do vehicle inspections all the time. So we'll be out there. We already started it to try to confiscate these illegal firearms off the streets already. So this is something we do all the time, and it's a continuous effort here in the district and in the territory, both St. Thomas St. John, and I even can speak for St. Croix also too.
Okay, thank you. Food safety. So you said you did a training, and so that all the booth owners know. During the parade route and anything now, it's my understanding you need a license. Help me with this, right? Because I know that I've gotten several complaints on St. Thomas. If you have a bar, right, and your bar is within certain feet of the parade route, do you need another license, or you can use your license? What's the dimensions? What's the details on that?
Time.
Juan Sanares, Director of Environmental Health. So what we permit is the establishment, the building. I think that we're lenient enough. What we encountered in St. Thomas Carnival was that we had folks that had establishment permits, but were operating way outside of the structure.
Okay, so because is there a distance like feet? Because I know some bars, say in the Savannah area, right, which is maybe, say about 400 feet or so from the parade route. They were told that they couldn't, they need a new license to sell on the main street. So I was wondering if the law has a particular foot, how much foot you have to be, because they're already licensed. And as a matter of fact, they also have bathroom facilities. So that's good for the parade. They're providing sanitary facilities. But with their license, they were told they need another license. So is there a foot in the law, or?
No, we just talk about the facility.
So that was an arbitrary thing with you? How do you enforce it?
So what we do, if we try to use common sense. So if you just come out on your stairs, your landing, we're good with that. What we don't want is that establishment, you know, just using their business permit or their health permit to go down the road, on the side of the road to sell their products.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for being lenient, because I think we need to give consideration to the established business owners, because they already have a license and they have bathroom facilities. So it's so interesting that they have a bathroom and people using their bathroom, but they can't sell liquor couple feet. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Assistant Commissioner Graham, you may proceed. Assistant Commissioner DLCA, recognize his mic, please.
Yes, Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, just to bring some clarity to the situation, the business license is issued for the specific location. I concur with the Department of Health, the DLCA. If you're out just in front of your business, if you're asking folks to come in and participate or utilize the restroom facilities and use your business, the Department of, the Virgin Islands Police Department also issues event permits, so that if there's a special event that's happening at a location outside of that and they are permitted to operate within that space, they can also get that. But currently, if you're not licensed, we are struggling with the issue of many individuals simply setting up, operating, and determining that they would just sell or conduct business without the appropriate permit, number one, from the VIPD, or the business license from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And so we will encourage individuals to don't just do it ad hoc. Let's contact the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs if you have interest, and or the Virgin Islands Police Department, and specifically connect with the festival committee so that they can know exactly what you intend to do, and you may be covered under their blanket permit. So that's something that you would want to get out to the public, that you don't have to show up and just do random things. Connect with those who are authorized to grant you permission for those.
Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering then, along the same lines, how many vendors have been permitted for the celebration?
For the food, Leona, for the food fair, it's about 51. For the booth owners, they're 18. And then we also have the businesses that are requesting a special permit under the umbrella of the Division of Tourism. We have about 6 to 8 of those. And they need special permit as well, even though they have a business license.
And they have adequate space for all of those?
Yeah, but those with the special permits, they're gonna come out on their sidewalk and they're gonna sell their liquor and whatever goods that they wanna sell.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony thus far. I wanted to go back to the Department of Health in respect to food preparation. Of course, we know that we've been experiencing a heat wave throughout the territory, and I wanted to ask, what is the advisory and what is the standard that has been established to ensure that there's proper food preparation and proper food storage and evaluation of the food that's being sold at the village?
Of Environmental Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. So pretty much we just asked, we follow the guidelines of the food code. This keep cold food cold, keep hot food hot. We have, to sum it down, we have a danger zone called 45, 145, anything between 45 degrees Fahrenheit and 145 degrees Fahrenheit, that's where bacteria starts to grow in food. So you want to keep your food below, if it's cold, below 45 degrees, and if it's hot food, above 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
So as part of your education and the meetings that are being held, are we preparing and at least advising our vendors in respect to those standards?
Yes, Senator. We actually give out fact sheets and guidelines on temperature requirements for the food, time and temperature requirements.
Yeah, very well, because of course, you know, you talk about rain don't stop the carnival, but certainly food poison will. A lot of times, the food poison is very serious and really have a significant health impact to individuals. So I'm happy to hear that you're doing your due diligence. I also wanted to ask waste management if there is any used oil, cooking oil receptacles or anything that's made available for the vendors to be able to do their deposit or get rid of any oil waste.
Good afternoon, Senator. Sheena Georgie Sanderson for Waste Management. Yes, there will be 2 igloos, and those will be positioned next to the public restroom. And those are for the vendors to use, the boat owners and stuff to use.
Excellent. Thank you for that. VIPD, in regards to crowd control, what is being done, and as far as an advisory, on those heavy nights that you expect that there'll be a large influx of individuals in respect to crowd control. A lot of times it don't necessarily have to be a dangerous situation, but just a loud noise or explosive noise or whatever could create a stampede or a rush. We saw that happens in the St. Croix District during the last festival. You know, what are we doing in terms of advisory in respect to crowd control?
Good afternoon, Senator. Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police, St. Thomas and John Warren District. Senator, what we have additional resources we're coming in from our neighboring islands. We have additional law enforcement will be working along with us. When those type of situation happens, we just have to address it as quickly as possible to try to go up on stage and let it calm the crowd down, let them know VIPD, and we're going to try to assess the situation and make sure everything is okay.
Are we doing any communication with maybe the MCs or those individuals that may be leading the band to at least, you know, have them to immediately announce something that again could subdue the possibility of a stampede?
Correct. Yeah. Basically, make sure that who's ever on the stage, you let them know. We have conversations every week with division festivals and different groups. So that's something that we had a discussion for in St. Thomas Carnival. So we also have that same tactics for the St. John also.
Also, in regards to enforcement, are we doing anything to make sure that we don't have any toy firearms or you know, water pistols, offensive smoke bombs, or those type of things that you know always present some challenges at our festivals? Anything being done in that area?
Time.
Well, just like in the St. Thomas District, basically when we see those situations, we address it right away and notify even Licensed and Consumer Division Festival, so those vendors know not to sell those items in the activities.
I guess, Chief, my attempt here is to at least, you know, for us to be able to put out the information before we have to then take action. I think preventative is really what I'm trying to achieve here in these instances. So if there's an opportunity for us to be able to advise prior to these events, you know, so that we could minimize the opportunity to then have to do the enforcement. And my last is in regards to the ferry system. Are we ensuring that we have at least proper law enforcement and the last ferry? A lot of times what we have seen is that our enforcement seems to go up, you know, prior to that last ferry, and then, you know, the last ferry is then left to handle matters on their own. Are we ensuring that there is an overlap to ensure that we have some protection on our last ferry?
Well, Senator, it actually is a gradual shift with the officers, so the officers won't all go on one ferry at the same time. Basically, we have officers aboard along with our port authority. Officers will be at the different docks. Of course, when individuals reach on St. Thomas and the Red Hook area, we have our influx officers also there on that side, making sure everybody is safely and everybody go in the vehicles and go where they need to go. But we'll have officers on board the vessels along with different security measures and security personnel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief, and thank you so far for the responses. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. And last up, Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. I have been attentively listening to some of the things that are happening in regards to the precautions. Specifically, is there anything that happened or didn't happen that you might have needed to do during the St. Thomas Carnival that you could see that you could make improvements for the St. John Festival as it relates to safety?
Senator, no. Actually, no. Actually, we just need to put things in place where we had it. Like in Croix, St. Thomas, we have camera systems. We have officers at certain points. And we're going to address the situation as we see them at the time.
Good, good. I'm happy to hear that whatever you're doing, you feel you have it down packed, that it could also protect specifically the island of St. John. Earlier when we spoke about the firearms, you know, I was still a little bit uneasy in regards to the response because while I was here listening, I kept thinking, individuals that go to the police department to have a firearm is for protection of their life or for their own safety. And I kept thinking, if I'm physically standing in St. Thomas, moving around the St. Thomas Carnival, and I have my firearm with me, versus getting on a boat and going out over to St. John, and I'm being encouraged not to walk with it, because you're saying it's not based on life, it's just an encouragement. You know, my life and safety is still the same whether I'm physically standing in St. Thomas or St. John. And that's a little bit concerning for me because we try to screen as much people as possible in getting licensed. I mean, when I got mine, I had to go see a therapist. I had to go take shooting classes. I had to do a whole lot of things to show that I was a responsible individual. And I'm a little bit uneasy with the message being put out as if though it's going to be different. I, as a responsible gun owner, would I be different if I'm physically standing in St. Thomas versus in St. John? And then if I'm over there, I'm more exposed now because I don't have anything to protect myself. So I'm not sure about that particular message being put out. I think we still have to be mindful that the majority of these crimes or issues with individuals are happening with unlicensed firearms and people that are doing things in our community that are not lawful. It's not really the individuals that are following the law and doing what they need to do. So I don't want a situation where we're putting those people in a situation where they can't be protected and still be the same responsible individuals that came in and filled out the forms to get the licenses. So I just wanted to add that where a little bit of my unease came in. I wanted to ask about overall the WAPA. And the reason I want to bring in WAPA is we've had quite a bit of power outages over the last couple of weeks. And how do you see that playing a role with the festivals? Because, you know, this is a situation where you have thousands of people out in the middle of in the evening. And my concern is all of a sudden WAPA goes out. Everybody's in pitch darkness. Those who have generators, you might see lights, but how do we handle that? Have you been in contact, the police department, the festivals? Have you guys have a contingency plan? Lights around the place, bucket lights, like what do you have planned if all of a sudden there's a blackout in the middle of the festivals in St. John in the evening?
Please recognize Director Turnbull's mic.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, it has been something that we've spoken about. You know, we recently reached out to VIPD, and we've actually had the conversation about what if that transpires. So we are already in the midst of you know, planning because we know that if that does happen, we have a duty to at least, make it easier.
Well,
And
what are some of these
Time.
plans?
I spoke earlier and I said, we want to get additional lights, additional lighting to put around the village, as well as we are in search of possible generation to at least make sure the booths and the lights in the village area is lit up. And again, along that walkway between where the village is and where the ferry is, those extra lights that we're talking about would go there to help facilitate being able to at least get people to the boat if power doesn't come back on. But we intend to still have the village go on if provided with our generator. That is our intent.
Well, I'm happy to hear that is, some of that is part of the plan. I think I heard time. I just hope that, and I wish for a very safe and happy carnival. I think a lot of people do enjoy the St. John Carnival. And we've spoken about the uniqueness of each festival and carnival here in the territory. So I wish you guys all the luck, the police department and everybody that participates as it relates to making sure we have fun and we do it safely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, not a problem, and I like the discussion, and I also understand the concerns raised by my colleagues with the information regarding traversing with firearms on the boats and whatnot. Again, we have a level of responsibility as firearm carriers, and we need to follow the law. And there are specific rules to follow when it comes to traveling with a firearm. So again, I'm hopeful that you will speak with TSA, get the proper guidance, and inform the community of the do's and don'ts. And just from my personal knowledge and doing some review again, on a national level, evidence shows that people are not getting the information or not getting the memo from law enforcement or even TSA, given how frequent TSA is finding or discovering firearms and even other restricted items while people are traveling. Again, oftentimes it's just that people had no knowledge, didn't get the information, or even may have forgotten inadvertently in doing so. So we gotta just be careful, and I'm asking you to get the proper guidance so that we could put that to rest. But I understand the concerns of my colleagues, which are my concerns as well, okay? But the key thing is the safety and well-being of everyone traversing between islands. Now, DLC and the chief had to leave because they're going back to St. Thomas again on a flight to St. Croix, so they were excused. But DLCA, Deputy Commissioner, I hope you can respond to this. With regards to the underage drinking initiative, do you have the results of what took place during the St. Thomas Carnival or the St. Croix Festival activities? Please recognize the mic of Deputy Commissioner George. Please recognize the testifier's mic across from you. Try again. Media? Does she need to switch mic? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Myrna George, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Deputy Commissioner. We do not have the specific numbers, but I can say in collaboration with the Department of Health as well as VIPD, we know that there were some situations where minors were allowed or were able to purchase alcohol beverages. However, we will continue to be vigilant with our officers and collaborate with Department of Health and Division of Festival to ensure, at minimal, that does not happen. But as to the numbers, I do not have those numbers.
Okay, thank you. And Department of Health left. Okay. There was a problem with the, maybe Director Turnbull, if you could double back with the Department of Health, because just before the St. Thomas Carnival, there was a whole backlog for individuals trying to get health permits, and it was a madhouse on St. Thomas over the Department of Health. So if you could assist and make sure that the information get out so that individuals can know to get these permits way ahead of time, because there'll be checks being made by our law enforcement entities. And VIPD, again, you've done an excellent job during both St. Croix Festival and St. Thomas Carnival. Exceptionally done on the public service announcements. I have my own little pet peeve about the uniforms. We don't get past that. But I also want you to just make sure that your officers bear in mind that they too have to follow what you're asking the public. I saw one individual with a mask over his whole head in a uniform in St. Thomas, and I brought it to the attention of the carnival coordinator, and I think it was immediately handled. But just please remind them that you're asking the community not to do this, so they should follow suit. But I'm asking all the other agencies as well to follow suit, just like the police department did with all the PSAs that they did, radio, even television. I think it worked well, and we could see that when we are proactive, we have a safe carnival, and that's what we would like. And there was one concern that I got, I know for sure, in the district of in the island of St. John, with regards to the lighting of the playground area where minors are, where you have the let's see, playground areas, where the children village is. Yes, no lights in that area. It's very dark, and no security, no VIPD presence in that area. You're on top of this with some of the lighting that you're saying that you're looking for, additional lighting?
I'll have Leona speak to that, because I know that we do have lighting and security over there.
Director
Leona Smith. In regards to the Children Village that's going to be held at the National Park parking lot, they do have construction lights there. Yes, the area is dark, but we are going to put on the ball field lights so you could have extra lighting. And I could have Deputy Chief Brown speak to that as well. But it is lit.
Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief St.
They always catch you off guard, eh?
Always. Always. We do have our juvenile unit every night in the Children's Village from start to finish.
Okay, so we could understand why they feel like there's no security, because they won't be in uniform.
The uniform officers assigned to the village.
Right, but I'm saying, I'm speaking to what you're talking
Correct.
about.
And I
so they
understand what you're
wouldn't
saying,
see
yes.
them, but they're actually there.
Correct.
So the lighting, if we could get some more lighting, please, in that area. And lastly, regarding the water station, I think one of my colleagues asked about a water station, but I'd expect to hear PSAs coming from not only the Department of Health, but also probably from the Division of Festivals, just talking about the heat advisory and for people to remain hydrated. And remaining hydrated don't mean drinking more rum, people. It means drinking more water. All right, so again, put those on your list as well for the PSAs, because there wouldn't be any, water stations, but we want them to know for sure to remain hydrated, especially during the parade and during the Juve. And the food fair. All right, which will be, I believe, on
23rd is
the 23rd, along with the boat race.
That is correct, Senator Leona Smith.
Okay, and you are meeting with DPNR, and I'm pretty sure that the Police Marine Unit, everyone is on board with the boat race activities.
Yes.
Thank you so much. On that note, I want to thank you all for your testimony and your responses today. Again, this, like the Senate President was stating, this information is just to get out so that we can have a safe carnival or festival season. Again, I always speak to the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance. In this case, we don't want any injuries that we can avoid. All right? So the safety and well-being of everyone, to include our first responders, law enforcement officers, all those volunteering and whatnot, is also of the utmost importance. So please don't give any unnecessary work. Let's be our brothers' keepers as we go through this festival season, wrapping it up, and have the third and final one for the year be one of the safest ever. Again, thank you all. Yeah, keep knocking on wood, but thank you all so much for your testimony and responses. Colleagues, if there's no alibis, I want to thank each and every one of you as well, and your staff, my staff, central staff, everyone that assisted in preparing for today's meeting, conducting today's meeting, and carrying forward. Again, I remind you all that the budget season has started, so you will be hearing from the respective agencies regarding defending their budgets as we proceed in getting our 2025 budget in place before, by the end of September 30th. All right? And what are we in, June? June 10th. Happy Father's Day. Today's June 11th. I should know that. My daughter's birthday again. Happy birthday again, Shanette. She killed me for not calling her Jeshante, but I didn't name her Jeshante. I named her Shanette Ashante Kwane. All right. Again, happy Father's Day to all in advance, and I will ask you or grant you a 30-minute wrap-up. Man, you could tell it's the end of the day, right? 30 seconds wrap-up so that we can depart. Starting with Director Turnbull.
Ian Turnbull, Director for the Division of Festivals. I want to thank you, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, Senator Fonseca. Thank you both for having us here to speak on St. John celebration planning. I also want to give big kudos to my team, our volunteers that work tirelessly. And last, I just asked for a recount because I do think Coconut won.
Wait. So I missed that one. Can you repeat that? You get an additional 10 seconds.
We need a recount, but thank you. And let's have a safe and prosperous St. John celebration.
But you're just saying a recount. You didn't say a recount.
A recount of the tart wars. It needs to be recounted.
Okay, the recount is that pineapple won, followed by guava, and coconut. All right? So the official one will be whenever Division of Festivals come up with a right one. Okay? Next up, waste management.
Good afternoon, Sheena Georgie Sanderson, Waste Management. I would like to thank you, Senator Gittins, Senator Fonseca, and Senator DeGraff. And I just wanted to comment on the safety issue that Senator Francis spoke about. Waste Management plans to have the enforcement officers follow the cleanup crew in the evening so that we could be safe throughout the wee hours of the morning when everybody else gone home. So that's one thing that we could look at as being positive for the St. John. And thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Public Works?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Thank you, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Honorable Senator Fonseca, Senator DeGraff, and other committee members in attendance. On behalf of Public Works, we appreciate the invite, and we will strive to improve moving forward as well as to completing the mandates that we receive from the Division of Festivals. I also wanted to, on behalf of Commissioner Gabriel, send our condolences to, we lost a key member in our St. Croix office, Ms. Peggy Franco. So condolences to her family on behalf of the Department of Public Works. Again, thank you.
Our condolences as well. DLCA?
Myrna George, on the behalf of Commissioner H. Natalie Hodge, I would like to say thank you for inviting us, along with my colleagues that were present, Assistant Commissioner Graham and Director Francis, and we look forward to working and partnering with our partners, co-agencies with us as we go through this festival season.
Thank you. I don't know why I always associating you with Bureau of Motor Vehicles still. That's what threw me off earlier. You're good all around. VIPD?
Good afternoon, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District. Thank you, Senator. I just want to say public safety is VIPD top priority, making sure everybody's safe for this 4th of July celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for the PSA and keep the pressure on there. I want to also suggest to Department of Tourism to maybe you could partner with the Bureau of Economic Research to do these exit interviews after each of the carnival or festival activities so that you could have that running data. Data is important. We don't utilize that at all. But we went through a good one for St. Croix Festival, another good one for St. Thomas Carnival, and now we expect to go through another good one here on St. John. All right? We haven't gotten to Water Island and Buck Island and those areas yet. But all right, thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety's hearing for Tuesday, June 11, 2024 is hereby adjourned.